Okay, Council, we're at 9:31. The main clock is a little slow, so I'm going to call this meeting to order. Welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, April 12th. Can you believe it's April 12th, 2022? Can you believe it? This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver electronic meetings, and as such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, staff are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on live stream when available. Council members are reminded, in accordance with the section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. Of course, as always, we acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and we thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. And of course, we want to take a minute and to recognize the immense contributions of Vancouver's city staff who work hard here every day, and a special note of recognition to the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Service for all their work last night. I was down on scene last night, and I was really impressed by the professionalism and the care that the fire service put in to the work there, with much more to come. And thank you to the city manager and his team and all the staff at the city that have been kicking in to help those who've lost their homes. With that, clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair, Councillor Carr, Councillor DiGenova, Councillor Fry, Councillor Swanson,
Here.
Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Boyle,
Present.
Councillor Dominato,
Present.
Councillor Bly,
Present.
and Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Present.
You've quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. So any comments on the agenda items today can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. Also want to note that the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, and when we're addressing speakers or staff, please avoid using gendered honorifics. Today we have 3 administrative items, 3 reports, 7 referral reports, 10 bylaws, 1 administrative motion, 8 council members' motions, notice of council members' motions, new business inquiries, and other matters. So today, council, we go till noon, then we take a break for lunch from 12 to 1. From 1 till 3, we're in camera with a busy in-camera agenda. Then from 3 to 5, we're back here in council chambers. And then from 6 to 10, of course, we have a public hearing this evening. Maybe the clerk's can remind me if we don't finish all the business today on council. I believe it is next Tuesday or next Tuesday? Next Tuesday that we would continue the remainder of the council business if we don't complete today. So we'll move to in camera now. Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Can someone move a motion, please, to go in camera?
Kirby-Yung.
I've heard Councillor Hardwick, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great. Thanks very much. A couple sets of minutes, Council. Minutes 1 are from the Council meeting of March 29th. Any corrections? Have a mover, please.
So moved.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Okay, I think I heard Councillor Carr first with Councillor Kirby-Yung second. I am trying to go verbally just because I don't want to disadvantage anybody online. All those in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thanks. Minutes 2 are from the council meeting of the Standing Committee on Finance and Services of March 30th. Any corrections? Mover, please.
Move Dominato.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, second. Councillor Boyle, thank you, second. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thanks very much. That's passed. Okay. So we do have the consent agenda now. We have report 1 and referral reports 1 through 7 on the consent agenda. Reports 2 and 3 have speakers and will be withheld. So anybody would like to hold report 1 or any of the referral reports 1 to 7? Councillor Wiebe?
I would like to hold report 1.
Okay. Councillor Wiebe holds report 1. Anybody want to hold any of the referral reports? Okay, great. So can we have a mover?
Second, Dominato.
Okay, I heard Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Dominato. Just a reminder, if you have a conflict on any of these, please let us know now before you vote. All those in favor of the consent agenda, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great, so we have passed the 7 referral reports, CD1 rezoning on 7989 Canby Street, the rezoning on 1684 Alberni, the rezoning on 160 West 4th, the miscellaneous text amendments, the CD1 rezoning on the Heatherlands, amendment to the zoning and development bylaw in the FC1 district, and encouraging EV charging at gas stations and parking lots for the climate emergency. So those are all moved on consent. Okay, so we're going to now go to reports that were held. We have report 1. I'm just going to ask the city manager, do we have a presentation on the election bylaw amendments?
No, Mayor Stewart, good morning. We don't, but happy to answer questions.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Weeb, you held this. Would you have any, I'll just put you on the queue here for questions. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
I would like to move the report and then speak to it.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
Second, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Okay, I think I saw Councillor Boyle's hand, but it's not, oh, wait, we'll go for Councillor Boyle on that one. Thanks. Okay, so I'll put Councillor Weeb, you're on up for 5 minutes for debate.
Yeah, I just want to speak and thank staff for the amount of work that went into this. The Person with Disability Advisory Committee called me very happy last night. I really appreciate the homebound voting and the opportunities that are presented in here to really ensure we're increasing the accessibility and that more people in Vancouver will have the opportunity to vote. So I just wanted to pull this to thank staff for the amount of work. I know this has been a few years in the making and it's been a back and forth, and there's been a lot of work between staff and the Person with Disability Advisory Committee, and I really appreciate that this is now being a pilot project that we can see how effective it is to have more people in Vancouver have the opportunity to vote. So thank you very much to staff.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick,
Yes, I have a question.
point of information, sure.
Point of information then. Will there be scrutineers for mail-in ballots? I'm interested in understanding checks and balances.
Chief Electoral Officer's here. Please go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Nice to see you all in person. Yes, there will be scrutineers, opportunity for scrutineers to witness the process, for sure.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Councillor Dominato, up to 5
I
minutes.
had the exact same question as,
Okay.
so I'm good, thank you. Actually, I will make some comments briefly, though, since I have the moment. I'd like to, my colleague, Councillor Weeb, echo the appreciation for the work on this report and the diligence that staff have undertaken to, particularly to advance the homebound option. And I saw we've got correspondence today from the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee with having passed a motion unanimously in support of this. And so I concur with my colleague that this adds accessibility for individuals who may not be able to make it to voting stations, and I really think it is a positive move forward. And so thanks staff for the work on this, and I think it's a really great addition coming into the civic election in 2022. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, up to 5.
Yeah, I just want to thank the Persons with Disabilities Committee. They did a great job on this, and staff, and I'm glad we're going forward with it.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, that's it. Maybe we'll just try a verbal vote on this one. All in favor of passing this report, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. That's passed unanimously. Thanks so much. We're going to move on to the second report, which is the Vancouver Police Board budget increase. And I'll just make sure that we have, there'll be a staff presentation on this, City Manager? Or?
No, Mayor Stewart, but we have staff here, Patrice MP and Colin Niederher, happy to answer your questions.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so I'm going to ask first if anybody wants to declare a conflict of interest on this. If no, we can go for, I'm just going to go back to the question queue and clear it. And then if we have questions for staff, the council can go ahead. And then we have a number of speakers to this item afterwards. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes for questions to staff.
Yeah, I wonder if the manager could explain for the public the memo that we got this morning. It looks like we have more revenue than we thought we'd have when we passed the budget in December. And are you saying that we wouldn't have to take it out of reserve? We could just have the same tax increase basically that we've already planned and still pay for the police? And then, of course, I'm wondering if we didn't pay for the police, could we pay that extra money for community-led safety services instead if we could legally get out of paying it for the police?
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. I'm going to ask Patrice Impey to walk through the explanation of the tax rates.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, just as a little bit of background, when we get the final roll from BC Assessment, there's always a slight change difference from what our estimate was for new property tax revenue coming in. So there's usually a small difference in the tax increase. This year, we have kind of two unique things happening. We've got this timing where in the time that we've heard about the province's decision on police, and just at the same time that we've received the roll. And it appears that there is about $6 million of additional new construction, which is a much larger number than we would normally have at this time. So it just kind of this unique circumstances, we thought we should let council know. If we go with the recommendation and use our reserves, the tax increase that you will approve at the end of May will be 5.7%. Not 6.35. So in theory, we could absorb the police increase that tax levy on our budget and increase the police costs, and the tax increase would be at 6.3%. I suppose council could make a decision to allocate that funding differently, but we're very, very late in the processes. Isn't generally when we would make changes. It really is just a technical change that we do in May to adjust to the role. So it is a pretty unique situation, I would say, at this point.
Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, but technically speaking, would we, if we could somehow get out of paying the money for the police, could we allocate that to community-led safety services?
Technically, council can, as it says in the consideration, can rescind the budget decisions and make a change to that budget decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I have a question as well. So thanks for the report and all the work on this. I know it's a bit of a shock to all of us that the province decided to make this decision. I'm just wondering, out of the 6.3, if we decided to take this out of current budget and have a 6.3 property tax increase, what proportion of that would be entirely attributed to police?
Yeah, I'll just have Colin Knight answer that one.
Thanks so much.
So Colin Knight, Director of Citywide Financial Planning and Analysis. So the 22 budget year-over increase with the 5.7 million included would be approximately $30 million over the amount council approved in 2021. And of the 6.3% property tax increase, that would be 2.8% of, or so approximately 44% of the overall 6.3% property tax increase.
Right. So in your report today, the 6.3 property tax increase that would happen if we rescinded our past decision and added it into this year, 44% of that tax increase would be property tax increase would be for police.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege.
My apologies. I had trouble logging on. I wanted to, on a point of personal privilege, declare a conflict of interest.
Okay.
And I'm recusing myself based on legal advice that I have received.
Okay.
And out of an abundance of caution.
Okay.
Just understanding that I can vote on some parts of the police budget, but because this isn't specific for that reason, I will be recusing myself because I have a family member that is a sworn member of the Vancouver Police Department. I think I've covered off what I have to say, and I will be heading out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Weep.
Yeah, mine's a follow-up question. Recognizing there's that $6 million of new revenue coming in, and during the budget period, we talked about there was a lot of unfunded items that if revenues were to increase again in the city of Vancouver, or if money was to be found, there were certain budget items that we could fund, right? Gapping that we had done, or vacancies that we're holding that we would fill. And I'm just wondering why it's being brought forward now in regards to the police budget and not being utilized over the last little while to fill some of those vacancies.
The comment that I would have made during the budget process would not relate to the property tax levy. So when council approves the budget, you approve the level of property tax we need in order to fund all of our expenditures. And so that part you have approved as part of the budget. And what happens in May is really just a true up based on the on the revised rule from BC Assessment. So the tax adjustment, the tax rate increase in order to get to the property tax levy that council has approved adjusts. So it's still the same property tax levy that you approved, and it's the same expenditures that you approved. So it would be other revenues that came in through the year we can adjust through the year, but the property tax levy is decided.
The actual amount that we've budgeted is the exact same. It's just a spread between more people. And so that's reduced the percentage increase.
It's additional revenues from new construction that comes in. And so then that adjusts the tax increase that has to happen in order to achieve that. So the levy is the same.
Yeah.
We'd assumed a certain amount of new construction plus a tax increase gets us to the increase. Because the new construction is a little bit higher, the tax increase to fill up to the amount that we need to balance the budget is a bit less.
Okay, and you said
again, usually it's a very small rounding.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah. Normally, you say it's nominal amounts. What is it normally, and why do you think? Other than you said, why do you think it's that much bigger this year? You brought it to a little bit, but what's the normal amount it is? Is it normally a couple $100,000?
Yeah, or maybe up to $1 million. Yeah, like 0.2% of a tax increase. Yeah, so we usually assume about $5 million in new revenue, and it may come in at 6. Or something like that. This is quite unusual. And again, it's just the timing of when new properties come on to the assessment roll. And so in this revised roll, they add on these new properties, and it's just higher than it has been in previous years, just because of timing.
Okay, and then can you talk about if this comes out of contingency, what would that look like for the council next year when they're going to vote?
Out of the reserves, if we use a reserve.
If we use out of reserves this year, recognizing that's one time out of the reserves, can you talk about what the impacts will be? I'm hearing that 44%, if we include in this year's, our tax increase will go to police. So what would it look like next year when they add that on?
Need to be funded in next year's. The council looking at next year's budget, there would be an increase of $5.7 million to be funded by taxes in the 2023 budget.
Plus the increase that would we normally see.
Plus all the normal things that we would include, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. One more question for you, and I asked this partially by email, but I'm really struck that nearly half of the tax increase is going to VPD. I certainly don't think people are know that, and I'm wondering what options exist around helping people understand that tax increase in the tax bill that they'll receive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And we do send an insert with the tax bill. It'll have different information in it, but we certainly could highlight this change, and I think it would probably be wise, given it's a pretty unique situation, to highlight the change in the VPD budget in that insert. So we can make sure we've got all that information in an insert to help explain that.
And that could name that 44% of that increase is going towards this.
Yes.
The police budget, and part of that is provincially.
And the fact that it came from the province's decision. Yes, okay. We could do that.
Appreciate that. That's all of my questions.
Thanks so much, Council. That's it for questions at this point. So we'll move to speakers. We have 8 speakers currently registered. And let's move to the first speaker, who is Meenakshi Mano.
Mayor, Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Thank you very much, clerks. We have a single name Rothschild on the phone.
Yes. Hi. Hello. Sorry, that's Kit Rothschild.
Thanks very much.
Hi. I'm the Community Co-Executive Director at Pace Society. I've spoken to council before. You all are probably familiar with me. I'm so sorry that I'm back to haunt you again. I really feel very, very strongly, as do many of our members at PACE, that we do not want our tax money going to support the BPD, nor do we want our money going to support the police board, who have, like, you know, for lack of a better term, really kind of screwed over city council by, you know, going to the province and having the province sort of demand that this increase be returned to the police. I think that shows a lot of sort of manipulation of politics and definitely increases my distrust of police. So I definitely do not think that the police board should get an increase. Thanks.
So much. You do have a question from Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, could you explain what the relationship is between sex workers and the police, and where you're not wanting the police to get the increases coming from?
Absolutely. The relationship between police and sex workers remains one that is fraught and mainly distrustful. Sex workers rarely get the support that they request from police. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question, Jane? Pardon me.
Yeah, I just wanted to know where your distrust of them came from. I guess you just explained it. What do you think you could do? Could you, if you got some of that 5.7 million, if PACE got it, what do you think you could do to keep sex workers safe?
I've got so much more to say on that, but I believe that's a different motion, right? Like the sort of piece around the police getting their 5.7 increase is a different piece than we're talking about now, which is the police board increase, if I'm following everything properly. But what we could do with that 5.7 million?
The police board,
so much.
The police,
Sorry,
the police board basically governs the police. So when we say we're giving that money to the police board, we're actually giving it to the police.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
Administrative stuff, things about the board, yeah.
Okay, so PACE generally has an operating budget the last couple of years of around $850,000 per year. With a team of 10 people, we've done dozens and dozens of name changes, hundreds of support sessions, counseling sessions, done outreach 4 days a week, or rather had a harm reduction window 4 days a week, done food deliveries. Like, we do so much with such a small budget, as do many nonprofits, and I think the cops could definitely learn something from us. And also, sometimes funding just doesn't come through, and you got to do a little bit more with a little bit less. Nonprofits are great at that. The police should be better at it. We could, with 5.7 million, hire another 30 staff, open different offices around the city, continue providing food, maybe restart the micro grants project. We could hire more counselors. We could train peers to do peer support and intervention in conflicts, that kind of stuff. We could do so much with 5.7 million. The fact that it's going to go to police salaries is frustrating. Sorry, go ahead.
Swanson, just 10 seconds left. So,
what impact do you think that would have on the safety of sex workers?
Just 5 seconds.
It would greatly improve the safety of sex workers, more so than investing in police.
Thanks so much.
Thanks so much.
Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Jean.
Thanks, and I was going to ask a related question, so maybe you've covered it, but I was wondering, I know sex workers are certainly some of the most vulnerable residents to community safety in our city, vulnerable to being victims of violence and crime. I'm wondering if you have thoughts on how we as a city could be investing in public safety in ways that would support and protect sex workers.
I certainly do. One of the main things, and this has been outlined by community through a couple of different surveys that were happening during the first year and last year of the pandemic, what the community is asking for are collective indoor working spaces. That is the hugest thing that the city could do to help protect sex worker safety. Like, we all know that working outdoors, doing car dates is not the safest way to work. What people need is very affordable, like by the hour sort of spaces to work from that could be managed by other workers and have security on staff. That is the single greatest thing that city could do to protect sex workers.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thanks for making the time to call in and all the work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for questions. So I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Thank you. Speaker number 3 is Sarah Blythe.
Mayor, Speaker 3 is
Sarah's not on the line.
Thank you so much. Speaker number 4 is Elizabeth Bell.
Elizabeth is not on the line.
Is not on the line?
Yes, she's not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Clerks, do you want to?
Speaker 4 is not on the line, Mayor.
Thank you. Speaker 5 is Karen Gilchrist.
Speaker 5 is not on the line, Mayor.
Thank you. We have Jed Weiss in person. Don't see Jed Weiss. Speaker 7 is Beverly Ho.
Speaker 7 is not on the line.
Thank you. We have Speaker 8, Lorraine Lowe.
Speaker 8 is not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. As per our procedural bylaw, I'm now going to go through and call the names of people that were registered to speak, but were not here when their name was called. We have speaker number 1. Sorry, I get my glasses on here. Meenakshi Minot. Second, Sarah Blythe.
Mayor, sorry, Speaker 1 should be on the line.
Okay, Meenakshi Minot.
Hello.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Meenakshi Minot. I'm calling in as the criminalization and policing campaigner at Pivot Legal Society. I'm calling in to oppose the $5.7 million increase to the police budget, and also in support of Council Member Jean Swanson's motion that outlines a number of ways that the City of Vancouver could also push back against the decision made by the Provincial Director of Police Services. On Friday, I wrote a blog about this, the history of this moment and what's happened in about nearly 1.5 years since Council first froze the police budget. And again, that was a budget freeze. It wasn't a effective decision to defund the police. It literally was freezing at the 2020 operating level. And having reviewed the materials that were presented to the Director of Police Services, specifically the 2 reports by Inverleith and Peter Lepine Consulting, it's very clear to me that the Provincial Director didn't consider any feedback from community members who spoke to Council, both during 2020 and 2021 budget deliberations, about the need to redistribute resources rather than continuing to fund millions of dollars into the police budget. I do believe that this increase to the budget should cause concern for people of all political stripes in Vancouver. One, because the 2 options that the city is looking at have an impact on every resident of so-called Vancouver. So whether it's increasing taxes to offset budget increase for the police or dipping into the city's reserve funds, those are funds that also should be saved for emergencies and not for an increase to a 2021 police budget. And also because we know that criminalizing people, deploying further police onto the street doesn't actually address the issues that I see attract a flurry of interest on social media, whether that's graffiti, vandalism, lack of access to public bathrooms, so people urinating and defecating on the street, And I can appreciate why those issues raise concerns for people. I really can. But I hope that people also understand that what we actually need is infrastructure for people who rely on public space. It would be great to see a lot of boarded up shops turned into community amenities. I learned that in the Netherlands during the pandemic, they decided to shift away from reliance on tourism and actually give tourist shops over to community-based nonprofits. And I think that that's something that the city could look into, revitalizing the space so that it's actually accessible to the people who need it. Making sure that, peers and community organizers have spaces to work out of. If they want to create art, like graffiti artists or artists, if they want to create art, let's actually build the infrastructure for community-based artists. So I do oppose the provincial director, Wayne Rideout's decision to restore the $5.7 million to the VPD budget for 2021. And I'm supportive of Councillor Jean Swanson's motion today and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson has questions for you. Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, I have two questions, Meenakshi. Who do you think the police should be accountable to? And you answered it a bit in your talk, but in your dreams, what could you do with the $5.7 million that the police want us to give them if you were promoting community-led services?
Well, I think we have a real issue with police accountability in a few levels, right? With this recent decision by the provincial director, it really raises questions about who's accountable for police budgets when a provincial bureaucrat can override a decision made by a council. Ideally, the police in Vancouver are accountable to the residents of Vancouver. Ideally, the police are accountable to the people who they harmed when there's reports or incidents of harm. I'm thinking to the incident that occurred with police handcuffing a Heiltsuk grandfather and his granddaughter. They've been invited to be accountable by going up to their territory and sitting in the big house with them. I think when we look at how police accountability is built into the Police Act as it stands, it really doesn't reflect the needs of people who are criminalized rightly and wrongly. My dream for the $5.7 million, well, driving down East Pender Street yesterday, I saw that the former site, the inhalation site for OPS, has been restored to a parking lot. And I know that that was a really important artistic hub for people who live in the downtown east side. You can see their artwork up on the wall beside the lot. So many graffiti artists were able to, create really imaginative and powerful pieces. And I just think how deeply depressing it is to drive by it now and see it become a parking lot. So $5.7 million could go into leasing or outright buying spaces for people living in the downtown east side, people who rely on public space, the people whose lives are continually used as political fodder whenever people want to make a big deal about crime in the city or perceptions of crime in the city.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That's it for questions. Thank you very much for phoning in today. I'm going to continue down the list. Speaker number 3, Sarah Blythe.
Hello.
Hi there.
Am I on there?
You are up to 5 minutes, please. Hi.
Hi. I'm just going to keep this brief. Mainly, it just comes down to, for me, is that we really need to support, we could use this money to support young people. We're really failing our young people in a lot of ways. We're also failing vulnerable people. So many people are dying, and really getting down to the bottom of how we're failing them and why we're failing them, and putting funding towards changing people's lives so that they're not, criminalized and going back and forth into the system. Also, the VPD is well budgeted. Over the years I've been watching as the park board budget decreases and the VPD budget increases, or, you know, even they say they've had a decrease, but actually it stayed the same. And you see these public services that people need, like community centers, where people, you know, young people are able to go play basketball, talk to youth workers, lead, you know, mentor people and have better lives. And so, you know, when you decrease those services because the police are continuously asking for more money and demanding it in a way that the park board obviously hasn't been able to advocate for, you know, you're going to end up in situations more and more like that. You're not getting to the bottom of what the issues, real issues are, and you're not actually supporting the young people and the folks that need it the most. All of the situations that we're encountering are young people in need of help, and this money would go a long way to help people. So I think, you know, I think it's been a bit of a campaign to try and get the funding, increase their funding when other level, like other city services, are being decreased. But at the same time, we're really losing out when it comes to the park board and other services that really help people that the city can also fund. That's about all I can say.
Thank you so much. You do have questions from Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks for calling in, Sarah. First question is, do you think we can police our way to safety?
No, I honestly, in all of the years that I even worked at Park Board and I was working with youth, really, when you criminalize young people or you criminalize people, it just decreases their chances of having a good life in the future, because it's harder to get a job. It's harder to do stuff once you have charges. So really, the answer, I guess, is no. We need to help people. We need people to have housing. We need people to be healthy in good communities. And the only way we're going to really do that is to support people and make sure that they have every chance to survive and feel good in life.
Okay, that's a great answer. Thanks. Who do you think the police should be accountable to?
Well, they should be accountable to the public, obviously, but also, you know, just, you know, when it comes down to where I'm at in the downtown east side, they should treat people the same as they treat everyone else. So I think, you know, what I see is that there's a difference between how people view vulnerable people and how they should be treated, and I really hope that, you know, in the future, we can come up with a way where they become more of, you know, directing people to services like community centers and young people to positive change, as opposed to criminalizing people who really don't. Going into the community, the criminal system really just hurts them in the end.
Okay, thanks so much, Sarah, and thanks for all the work you're doing. And I love that. I still love that mural. It's breathtaking.
Thank you.
Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, my question, you talked a little bit about, to support kind of well-being, community safety, that we should look more preventive. So you think that we should look at funding ways for peer-assisted care teams, culture and trauma-informed preventative programs, and restorative programming? So we should continue to push some of the funding towards programs, more of a preventative and kind of outside the judicial system, so that we can do more preventative care. Is that kind of what you're saying, that to deal with the problems, we really need to deal with the root causes?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, even my son went to high school. There was a lot of, you could see a lot of issues start, when people are youth and falling through the cracks of the system because they've got learning disabilities or other disabilities, and the society is telling them that, you know, they're not going to succeed. And that really creates a lot of problems for young people. And you know, in the situation that we're in, with a lot of people living in real poverty, even with COVID, has made it even worse. like we really just need to figure out ways to support these young people, make sure that they're successful in life. And having programs where we're making sure that we're directing youth to youth services and places that they can get support, and actually funding places like Directions that just got shut down, funding places where people and youth are vulnerable, they can go and get some support and that sort of thing. So instead of defunding, our core services for young people and then directing money to go to the VPD, giving it to youth services, including schools.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in today. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Thank you. No more questions for you today. Thank you for calling in.
Thank
and
you.
Thanks so much for all the work
All right.
that you do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye. Elizabeth Bell.
Speaker 4 is not on the line.
Speaker 5, Karen Gilchrist.
Speaker 5 is not on the line.
Speaker 6, Jed Weiss.
Speaker 6 is not on the line.
7, Beverly Ho.
Speaker 7 is not on the line.
Finally, Lorraine Lowe, speaker number 8.
Speaker 8 is not on the line.
Thank you very much, Council. That's it for the registered speakers to this item. So I would need somebody to move this report, please. Somebody to move this report. Councillor Hardwick moved the report, seconded.
Kirby-Young.
I heard Councillor Carr, thank you. Sorry, 1 second, Council. So, Council, we're starting on the report as moved, which is recommendations A and B, just so you know. Council, I have amendments that I would like to put forward, so I'm going to ask Deputy Mayor Boyle to take over the chair while I
Absolutely,
walk
Mayor
through the
Stewart,
amendments.
you have
I will
5
advance
minutes.
myself here. So they are circulated to the clerks just there. So, Council, I'll just start with a brief introduction saying I think the provincial government has done us a great service in some ways with this decision. This isn't just one decision about council funding police board requested budgets. This is a series of decisions made by the Director of Policing Services provincially that has over and over again ruled that councils really have no discretion over requests from the police board. This has occurred in Victoria and in Vancouver now. So I do think this provides quite a lot of clarification to councils that in a sense police boards are like Metro. They have an authority that is backed up by the province, that when they make requests of funding, that there is really no discretion by councils to disagree or adjust, even in the most dire circumstances, like in the middle of a pandemic, where we've laid off hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of employees and cut all other departments. What's also extraordinary is the fact that of our budget increase proposed of 6.3%, if C was passed, 44% of our budget increase, our property tax increase, would be due to policing. So this is an extraordinary removal of local democracy from the oversight of police. I would just say also that although we recommend one person to sit on the police board, that appointment is made by the province. So in fact, the police board is entirely appointed by the province. So the province has removed our discretion over budgets, essentially, and they decide who sits on the police board. So this clarification is very important, and so I think this needs the taxpayers of the city need to see this. So I have moved 2 amendments. The first is, as Councillor Boyle mentioned, I think it's important to explain this in a insert in the tax bill so that citizens know, taxpayers know why their money is going places and where it's going. So I was hoping to move that amendment to include a communication. And let's seek a seconder.
Councillor Carr, second, and I'll move us to an amendment queue. I won't. I'll ask the clerk too. Thanks.
So if I could just add a little bit more explanation, Chair?
Go for it. You have.
Thank you so much. So I do think there's a ton of confusion around policing in this city. Being the chair of a police board, that I do not have a vote or an ability to move motions or amendments on anything. I simply chair the meeting and keep good order, work with the chief and the executive director to work on the agendas, but that's it. So I do think it's very, very important for residents to understand how policing works in the city. That the expenses constitute 20% of our budget. We spend over $1 million a day on policing, and that essentially that we have no control over increases to that. So I would like the staff team, as they're compiling the bills, to insert this communication to make sure residents are as aware, just as they are aware of Metro and other utility increases that are completely out of our control. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you are next on to speak to this amendment.
Yeah, thanks. I have a point of information through you, Chair, if I can, to staff first, to the city manager.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, and the point of information is, I'm looking at the language in Mayor Stewart's amendment, and when staff spoke earlier to the $30 million overall distributed to the police budget, can we get some further clarity around that? Am I correct that about 15 million or 15.7 million of that was a legal obligation related to an arbitration decision with respect to police salaries, and that we do need to differentiate between legal obligations that council has as opposed to sort of a voluntary, positioning that 44% of this tax budget is because of the VPD without that context? Can you provide some perspective on that, City Manager?
Thanks, through the chair. So yes, certainly, and I don't have the figures at my fingertips here, Councillor. A significant proportion of the increase is related to compensation increases for VPD staff. I'm not sure that there's any different legal obligation relative to the other expenses that the VPD incurs. Compensation is just one aspect of the VPD's budget. Yes, that settlement was imposed on the Vancouver Police Board through an arbitration. Ultimately, though, it all comes back to the city to fund. So it's within the overall framework of the city's decision to fund the Vancouver Police.
Okay, and then follow-up question on that, if I can, just moving quickly for time. Is it also correct, because I really think it's important that we have clear and accurate information to members of the public if this potentially were to happen and to pass, that council had options at the time of the budget deliberations to potentially include this and chose to include other items. So we could conceivably put all kinds of additional explanation in this to say what we did and didn't fund with respect to not funding Medical 11 for the Vancouver Fire Department, so on and so forth. So conceivably, we could be in a situation where, and I know that some councils are advocating for a tax increase, that the tax increase wouldn't necessarily happen if council had made other decisions. Would you think it would be fair and reasonable to provide, that staff would provide a fulsome explanation of all of the budget decisions that council took as to what was and wasn't included and why we arrived at this increase? Including, for example, the additional climate levy, including other decisions around not supporting some of the other pieces that weren't originally in the budget?
Thanks, through the chair. I mean, ultimately, it's up to council to determine what information you'd like to convey to the public. So again, staff are taking direction here, and we would defer to council's direction around the particular messages that you may be interested to include in insert to accompany the tax notice.
Okay. Another point of information, the province recently announced this week, both Dave Eby and Minister Farnworth, that they were very willing to step up and work with the city when they saw, for example, a lot of the issues that were happening with the egregious graffiti in Chinatown and the cultural connotation there. And their indication of support wasn't necessarily related to funding for graffiti cleanup, but it was potentially with higher consequences for prolific taggers, or looking at restorative justice options so that people could really understand the harm that was done to communities, particularly in cultural contexts. And have staff had any engagement with the province, with the ministries, with respect to those options?
Through the chair, I'm not aware that ministry staff have contacted us in that regard, or that there's been any communication since those ministers made those statements.
Okay, thanks.
I've spoken with the ministers. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Okay. And with respect to the recommendation around or the potential for restorative justice options, for example, is that something that we've had a chance to dialogue about at this point?
I'll pass the question
That-
through to the
that's
mover of the amendment.
correct.
Is that a question, Councillor Kirby-Young, to the mover of the amendment?
Yeah, it was because the mover responded, so I was directing that question
Great.
through you to them.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have ongoing discussions with both the Solicitor General and the Attorney General about these matters. A constant conversation to try to improve the justice system in terms of fairness and effectiveness, and some of those conversations have occurred.
Okay, but is the notion of restorative justice looking like a viable option? I was just hoping to zero in on that as something that people think really could have some merit.
Sure, I think there's probably a different place for that conversation, but I think in general, folks are, there is a possibility of moving forward.
Okay, thanks. And then finally, Chair, through you, a point of procedure to the clerk. And I'm wondering if you stop my time. So, a point of procedure, is this a severable amendment as it's currently written? The two clauses can be separated and severed?
Great question. The clerk is just looking, and we'll get back to you in just a moment.
Thank you, Chair.
Clerk, is this severable? It certainly looks as though, because C and D are labeled separately, that we could vote separately on C and D.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just looking. Yes, so yes, we can vote separately on C and D. So you can ask for that now, or before we get to the final vote, if you would like.
I'm fine for now. Thanks,
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, you are up next.
The second part of this amendment, and that is, I guess, through the chair, is this in fact in order? This would fall, in my reading, outside of the ruling that is being discussed on this report today. So is this in fact in order, as it would be over the $5.7 million that was ruled by the provincial authority?
That is something I will have to pause and confer with the city manager and the clerk on. So I'm going to ask for...
Under procedure, usually when there's a point of order, it's required that somebody name the portion of the procedural bylaw and that has not been named, Chair.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that, as I'm sort of chairing on the fly. So, Councillor Hardwick, there are others on the speakers list.
I will come back on after I've clarified that.
Okay, Councillor Dominato, you're up next.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, point of information to staff. Could you just confirm for me that the two budget workshops that we had with VPD management and VPD board held in the fall prior to the budget, were those considered in-camera meetings? Am I allowed to speak to that dialogue, or are they just? Could I get some comment before I make further comments?
Subject to, thanks through the chair, subject to any correction from the clerk, I don't believe that those were in-camera meetings or formal meetings of council. They were joint discussions between the police board and council.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll just offer some comments around appreciate the consideration around the graffiti abatement. Just a consideration around Amendment C in particular, around in the comment that that the council of the day has no control over the police board endorsed budget. It is my recollection from our discussions with VPD management and VPD board, when I inquired about the historical records around property taxes and staffing increases in the VPD, I asked how they achieved what they did with both lower property taxes over 10 years under Vision Vancouver, as well as lower staff at the VPD. And my recollection was that it was a collaborative process involving the VPD management and VPD board and the council of the day. So I just want to identify that, is that there seemed to be a collaborative approach to looking at the budget process. How that was achieved, I don't know, because I was not on council, but I did ask the question at the time of that workshop to better understand how those budgets landed and how the staffing had landed over the years. And so I just add that as commentary in light of the request to send an additional tax notice out to residents. On that note, I do have a point of information. If I could get confirmation from staff as to what the cost would be to do the additional inserts for property tax notice, because that would be, I don't know if that, in terms of postage, if it'll cost more for weight as well as paper and printing and staff time.
That is a question, and I see the city manager is going to pass it over to staff. Yes, go ahead, thanks.
We do an insert with with the bill generally, so it's a question of what information we include on that insert. So I would see this as sort of prioritizing what we talk about on the insert versus an additional insert. Otherwise, there would be extra costs.
Okay, appreciate that answer.
So just through you, Chair, just to confirm, is that this would be added print to the existing insert? It would not be an additional paper insert. It would simply be additional information included on the insert. Okay, thank you. That's all for my questions.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Mayor Stewart, you are up next.
Thanks so much. I didn't address the section letter D, and I think I think I should. Is that C is to explain to the public what's happened with their taxes, which I think is critical. But D is to show what we can do as a council. We have heard from Chinatown, Strathcona, Gastown, about graffiti and other, I think, uncleanliness in these areas. There's concerns about the cruise ships and all that type of stuff that's coming through the summer, visitors. And so I think this is the least we can do to help the struggling BIAs, to help the struggling businesses, to help beautify the areas of the city that needs it most. So what I'm envisioning here is that these funds will go on top of what we already spend, which is a lot, will go in these extraordinary circumstances to help those local businesses thrive and recover from COVID-19. So I do think, though, that we should ask the province to put their money where their mouth is. We've had two ministers come out and said they would help us. And I do think that we should request the province match these funds, because Vancouver is the core of the provincial economy, and tourism is a huge part of that. And so that's why I've included letter D. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Wiebe, you are up next.
Yeah, I really appreciate C. I think it's important for us to have that dialogue. As for D, I'm wondering what you talked a little bit now, which is helpful. What are you hoping to see here? Is this free walls? Is this working with organizations to do murals? Is this anti-graffiti paint? Is this working restorative justice? We heard with youth that are in difficult situations in here, because we have heard from some of the cultural groups that they've done some restorative programs that really work. So if it includes street beautification, is that something you want to see? Is that an amendment you'd be accepting? Because I think that it's more than just graffiti here. It's really about how do we improve the public realm in these neighborhoods.
Take that as a point of information.
Point of information through
through to the mover of the amendment. Got it.
Thanks very much. I think that our staff are experts, the BIA are experts, and what we should do as a council is to kind of get out of the way, but get the folks the funds they need to make this happen. So I think there's over and over again, we've seen terrible defacing in Chinatown, but I think that those money should go directly to the groups that know where they're needed the most. So I would agree with the councillor that definitely open to direction on that. But if we can use these monies to pull the community together, that is the best. If people are coming together to make their neighborhoods more presentable as we recover from COVID-19, that would be absolutely key.
Okay, I'd put an amendment to the amendment on the floor. And that's just to add and street beautification. As someone that used to be involved in the street beautification committee with Mount Pleasant BIA, I recognize how much more it is to public realm than just graffiti abatement, and that we need to do more of painting the poles in Chinatown and other work. So I hope we can expand this to include street beautification, to recognize that some areas have asked for flower boxes and never had them in their neighborhoods. Some have asked for different things, and I think we should respect the communities and what they want. And so I'm just adding this, and hopefully the move of the motion sees this as just an addition to
I'd second
great
it.
work they're putting forward. Thank you.
Okay,
amendment.
moved and seconded. We'll move to an amendment to the amendment queue. Anyone wanting to speak to the amendment to the amendment? And it looks like no one, so we'll move to a vote. Oh, Councillor Hardwick, we hadn't yet moved to the vote. You're wanting to speak to the amendment to the amendment?
Yes, as with the mayor's amendment, again, the problem still remains with the second part of this motion that I believe is out of order under section 8.7F. This is clearly outside of the scope of what is being undertaken with this report back. It is outside what the provincial authority had discussed with the $5.7 million in the police budget. This is tacking something on that is, again, outside scope. And again, the reference for the purposes of examination is 8.7F. And that's on the mayor's amendment, but since it's contained in Councillor Weeb's amendment to the amendment, it also needs to be addressed here.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a 3-minute recess and ask the city manager and clerk to look at that with me. on both this amendment to the amendment and F of the original amendment, my ruling is that it is outside of the scope of the original staff report. And so both the amendment to the amendment and the original amendment would be out of order. The mover of the original amendment can still bring back E on its own, and I'll note as well F, the ruling on F, the amendment and the amendment to the amendment is just that it's out of the scope for this report, so those two could be brought back as a member motion or as urgent business, but not in the context of this report. So I will take us back to, yes, point of procedure, Councillor Wiebe.
Information recognizing that C of the report talks about reopening up the full budget. And so this is talking about the full budget. So I'm wondering if we get to that statement, recognizing that the full budget is in conversation today, could this be brought back if C is entertained, recognizing that this report from staff does contemplate a reopening of the complete budget?
I'm going to say I can look at that if C were back on the floor, but I'm not going to take a recess now to consider that in the abstract. So we're back on the original queue, and Mayor Stewart, you still have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. I would like to move E that I circulated.
Okay, I'll ask
without,
for a
without F.
seconder. Seconded by Council Wiebe, and we'll move to an amendment queue. I'm just waiting for it to go up on the screen in the chambers here. Okay, Council, the amendment E, moved by Mayor Stewart and seconded by Councillor Wiebe, is on the screen. There's no one on the speakers list, so we'll move to a vote on that. Councillor Swanson, I see you on the speaking list, but we're in the middle of a vote, so unless it's related to a challenge, okay, you're off.
Chair, I just want to clarify, I'm seeing we're voting on E that's on screen right now.
Yes, we are. Okay, that vote is in, and it passes with 3 in opposition. I'm just waiting for the vote to come up or the clerk to read those in opposition. With 3 in opposition, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, and Councillor Kirby-Young. So we'll go back to the main motion queue. Mayor Stewart, do you have more to add, or should I pass the chair back to you?
To add. So thanks to the council for passing that. I think it's important information to get to the public. I would say that I'm disappointed that the that we didn't allow discretion on the second part of the motion. Is that that it was challenged and not done in the spirit of what it was meant to be. Is that we do know we have a crisis in various neighborhoods. I thought $500,000 would go a long way. but that councillors went out of their way to not deliver those funds to business improvement associations and local bodies is disappointing. So I do respect your ruling, Chair, but I thought in the spirit of all working together to help us get through the pandemic, that would have been allowed, and I'm disappointed that it was challenged by a councillor.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart, and I'll pass the chair back to you.
Great. Thank you so much. On the main queue, we have Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson? Might be on mute.
Sorry, I sent an amendment.
Okay.
Basically that we reject the Director of Police Services decision and ask staff to investigate options for not paying, including but not limited to a judicial review. I think we've heard from speakers that we need our money for community-based services. I think we've heard the mayor's frustration with not having any accountability of the police basically to the people of the city, and my frustration and other people's frustration. And I think if we pass this motion, we can send a strong message to the provincial government that we don't like them making all the police decisions about our city, and that we need community-led safety services, and we need proper funding for that, especially when they are downloading all these costs around mental health and homelessness onto us.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, do we have a seconder for this?
Councillor Boyle.
Councillor Boyle seconded. We're on the amendment queue. Like to speak to this amendment, please put yourself on the queue. Councillor Boyle, can I ask you to take the chair while I speak to this?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson, for putting this forward. I can't vote for this because what I don't want to do is get embroiled in a fight with the province. I think that they've made their decisions clear. I have spoken with the Director of Police Services as well as the Solicitor General. I don't see that there is no appeal mechanism for this to happen. If we rejected the decision and we didn't pay, we would enter into legal action with the province, where essentially they would order us to pay. That could wind up in court. So I think we have to understand when a creature of the province is ordered to do something by the province, but at the same time explain to the public what exactly has happened here with a transfer of authority from the city to the province, basically taking almost entirely control of police out of our hands. So I won't vote for this because I don't see that getting in a long, retracted legal fight with the province is worthwhile, but rather I just move ahead on making the city better using the authorities that we do have. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll pass the chair back to you.
Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, I would like to question you, through you, Mayor, whether this is in order under 8.7A, Good Rule and Government of the City.
It's in order.
On what basis?
There's no debate. It's in order. Anything else?
No, consideration would be nice, but that's clearly not coming. Thank you.
Yeah, comments are unnecessary, Councillor Hardwick.
Except for when they're from you.
If you'd like to continue to speak in council, I'd just like you to keep within the boundaries of the discussion. Thanks. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I just want to say that asking the staff to investigate options, including judicial review, which I understand is possible, is a way to send a strong voice to the province that we don't like this, that we need some control over our own policing, and that we need to do what our residents have asked us to do in terms of trying to replace police services with community-led services. So that's it from me.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Sorry, Mayor. Sorry, I was trying to get actually on the queue. Thanks. I'll just briefly speak to this. I won't be supporting this amendment, and it harkens back to the dialogue that we had in December when we were contemplating the budget. Council was fairly warned that there was a risk of this being appealed to the province, and indeed that did happen, and that there would be a ruling around this. And as I said at that time, I think it's important to be supporting public safety, particularly in light of the concerns we're hearing from residents. And if we want to have a broader conversation around strategically around how we deliver services and what type of additional services are necessary to support residents and individuals in our communities, we should be having that conversation with the province. We've made a formal submission to the Police Act review that included a number of suggestions around ancillary or complementary services through, for example, the Canadian Mental Health Association has peer-led supports for mental health crisis intervention. So I think that there is a big conversation to be had around service delivery frameworks in this province, and that's why there's a Police Act review underway and why we made a formal submission to that. But when we had this discussion at the time in December, we did not have a plan, and the result was that VPD was not able to hire an additional 61 recruits. And so I won't be supporting this amendment by Councillor Swanson. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I also will not be supporting this, and I was really struck by some language in the report, and the decision from Wayne Rideout was attached to this report that's in front of Council today. And I just want to read some language that I think is really important in terms of resetting here in the City of Vancouver in the interest of all residents. And at the end of the decision, this is what the Director of Police Services said. I would encourage the parties to re-engage in the spirit of collaboration and, where possible, strive for a shared vision for public safety for the community. While respective visions may not always fully align, I have no doubt that this will better serve public safety in the community and will reduce reliance on Section 27.3 to resolve future budget disputes. And my read on that is that rather than this combative relationship that has pitted the Council of Vancouver against one of its two very important public safety services, and we have two, police and fire, that we are really being given a very clear signal here. It's not subtle, it's quite clear, and I think constructive to re-engage on that conversation for the betterment of all residents. And I think that's really important as opposed to a litigious path forward. So I actually will sort of affirm the mayor's sentiment on that one. The other thing that I would like to raise is that it also references in the report that there are some upcoming additional processes to ensure prudent use of funds and the allocation to the VPD. And I would also note that the new Auditor General for the City of Vancouver has included a review for VPD in their 2023 audit plan, and that is forthcoming. And Wayne Rideout also makes reference to that in this decision, that will be information that will be useful for Council to have as we continue to ensure that we have due diligence and good fiscal management at the city, while also delivering on some of these key public safety services. So I just wanted to share those 2 points in terms of context around this decision, and I think that we need to move forward. And the other thing I'll say too, and you've often heard me say this, is that we do not need to pit public safety services against social services. We actually need it to be an and in our city. We don't need it to be an either or, we need it to be an and we need to be vociferous advocates for a lot of those gaps that we have in terms of particularly mental health and addiction support, particularly poverty and that's playing out on our streets. And I would applaud the work from the Mayor's Council in terms of complex care and looking at creative and other solutions to fill and support those. And I think that Council's energy is much better served and positively trying to advocate to bring those needed services forward than it is in continuing the sort of punitive legal kind of pissing contest, if you will. And perhaps not the best choice of words, but I think that the City of Vancouver and our residents, everybody, are looking for us to step up and lead on both of those fronts. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Councillor Harvick.
Yes, I have a point of procedure, please. Will this decision make motion B3 redundant? B3 is titled Rejecting the Increase to the 2021 Police Budget. So it would seem that this would make that decision, this decision could make that motion redundant.
Yeah, so this decision's not been made yet. We haven't had a vote, and the other motion has not yet been moved, so we'll have to wait till we get there. Anything else?
Again, the question was whether it would, if it were successful, whether it would make the motion redundant.
Who knows what future motions and amendments are going to be, so I'll just have to wait till they're put on the floor before we make rulings.
Wow.
Just 1 second, Councillor Hardwick. Hey, Councillor Hardwick, I understand your question. I think I misunderstood it. This will have to be a strike and replace on B. Because it's a direct contradiction. Contradiction. You are correct that this would have to replace B. So it should be viewed as a strike and replace. Anything else?
Nope, that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that our council clearly told the police that it was our priority to replace police with community-led services in the areas of homelessness, sex work, drug use, and mental health. Our council clearly asked for info on how much police spend in these areas and got a 32-page report back saying they spent $283 on homelessness, which is clearly not complete. We had an 89 million budget shortfall. Other departments took cuts. I think it's pretty outrageous that the folks elected to run the city were basically ignored when it comes to the police budget. And I think we need to say this, that we want some control over this huge part of our city that we were elected to represent, and that big decisions like this one shouldn't be made by unelected people, especially unelected people who have really close ties with the police.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. That's it on this amendment, so I'm going to take us to a voting queue.
Mayor, can we see the amendment on screen? I just want to be clear on which amendment. There's a lot flying around, please.
Should be there now, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, we need your vote, and Councillor Dejanova, please mark her as conflict. Great. That fails with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Blythe, Dominato, Wiebe, Hardwick, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. Thanks so much, Council. We're going to go back to Councillor Swanson. You have 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, I've sent another motion and another amendment. Just waiting for it to get up there.
Sure.
This is basically from the amendment that I was hoping to make later, but probably won't get to. Asking for us to just say that we disapprove of the order to pay the police, and to ask the minister how we can have input into how the city can have input into things that the police do.
Thanks. Do we have a seconder for this?
Councillor Boyle.
Councillor Boyle, thank you. We'll move on to amendment queue. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Sure, just to say I'm happy to support this. I think it's really important that we continue to seek clarity about this decision and to understand where our responsibility and oversight lies. There's clearly significant confusion on these fronts and across the board a need to better understand what levels of government are responsible here in terms of funding and in terms of other policy and direction. So certainly happy to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I think as we've talked today, this is an important dialogue to have. I do think that there is some communication that needs to be improved for us to really have a conversation of how we're going to improve community safety and well-being in the city. In the Ryder report, one of the things that struck me is that it talks about that council made the decision only from a financial basis. And that's why I really believe we do need to move forward with the well-being framework. So our decision-making is on health and well-being, and that every decision we make is for the betterment of our citizens in Vancouver, so that we can't be challenged that we're only making decisions financially, because the decisions we make around this table should be improving the lives of the people here in Vancouver. It also talks in the report about that we should have met prior to November 30th. We heard from Councillor Dominato about our multiple meetings. This was a long process to get to where we were. I think it was a very important dialogue to really talk about what we need to do to make people feel safe in the city and the different ways of getting there. So I will be supportive of elements of really starting to have this dialogue, and I really appreciate a lot of the amendments coming from council, because I think it is important for us to really explain to the province and to our citizens why we're having this dialogue and what needs to happen to make changes to improve the safety here in Vancouver.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. On a point of personal privilege, could the clerks post the amendments? I'm looking at an email from 10:05 a.m. and I want to confirm that that's the amendment we're debating.
My understanding is what's on the screen is what's on the floor right now.
I'm not seeing anything on screen.
Sorry.
Yep, privilege. I also can't see anything on screen, Mayor.
There, it should be up now. It's in red, letters D and E.
Thank you. I have no comments. I just wanted to see the...
Okay, sure. Thanks. I don't have anybody else on the queue for this item. So if that's the case, then I'm going... Oh, Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I've just sent in an amendment to the amendment.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just sent it to the clerk, so if the clerk... Yeah.
On screen now.
Has it been received? What?
Is that the correct?
No.
Oh. Councillor Carr, maybe you can start just by walking us through your...
I'm sorry.
While it's coming up on screen.
Yes, I'm apologies. I had just received the amendment from Councillor Swanson, so I was working with newly received motion, but it basically is to add to Councillor Swanson's amendment, further that so further, you take out the first line and further that, it's just what's highlighted in yellow. Further that the mayor include in his letter to Minister Farnsworth a request for increased provincial government investment in provincial services and programs that would decrease the need for and costs of policing in Vancouver, including investments in mental health and addiction services and treatment, restorative justice programs, criminal justice reforms, and affordable and supportive housing. And the reason I add this, if we are writing to the minister regarding our police budget and the approval of that budget, over which we appear to have little control in terms of line items, I think it's incumbent upon us to ask the minister to be very supportive of and invest in the kinds of programs that would decrease those costs rather than us dealing with increased costs year after year to the police budget. We all know that those costs are because there are insufficient investments right now in the items that I have listed, and this would help our city immeasurably in terms of both reducing VPD costs and increasing the well-being of people, both who are suffering from addiction issues, for example, homelessness, and so I'm hoping that there will be support for this.
We have a seconder.
Second.
I heard Councillor Boyle first, so I'll move us to amendment Q. Anybody'd like to speak to this amendment to the amendment? I haven't had one of those for a while, really. Councillor Hardwick, amendment to the amendment.
Yes, I just, it's point of procedure. Is it possible to sever this amendment from the rest of this, of Councillor Swanson's amendment?
I imagine it would be because it's a further that.
But it anticipates.
I will have to check with the clerks. Yes, because it's a letter, we could just not include this in the letter. So I'll rule that it's severable.
But is the reverse true, that it would be possible to support E, the addition without
Oh, okay.
E?
I'll have to check with the clerks 1 second. Right. So, Councillor Hardwick, the way this is written, letter E gives the direction. It's the verb to write a letter, essentially, and the further just adds extra information to the letter. So, if we were not to pass E, then there'd be no letter to include the additional information. Sorry, it's technical, but that's so it's severable, but you can't vote for E. Further that and the further that would have no effect if E was not passed. Anything else?
No, that's unfortunate.
Okay, Councillor.
Sorry, point of privilege, Mayor. Could you just repeat the last piece? I want to ensure I heard that correctly. You're saying that it would have no effect, but you can vote separately?
Sure,
So,
I can repeat that again. So clause E that Councillor Swanson's suggesting for a letter to go to Minister Farnworth, that can be supplemented with the further that Councillor Carr has suggested. And those votes are severable, so you could vote on E first and then the further that second. However, if E did not pass the main clause, then we wouldn't be sending a letter, no matter if the amendment to the amendment did pass. I hope that's clear.
that's very clear. Thank you.
Okay,
appreciate
thanks.
it.
Yep, Councillor Weeb.
I've got a question to the mover through the chair.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Pierce's crisis teams seem to fit into this realm. So those are the type of ideas that you're hoping to see moving forward. Perfect. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, there's nothing new here that I feel like council hasn't vociferously advocated for before. We haven't had dozens of amendments on saying the similar thing, but I'm happy to continue to sing from the same song sheet and say it again because the need is great in the city. And I think we're all aware of that. And that's where we have gaps, as I referenced earlier in my conversation. So if we want to continue saying this and beating the same drum over and over again, I'm happy to be part of the band, even though I think that we said it. But if we want to drum up the noise a little bit louder, happy to do that. Thanks.
Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I'm all for upping the noise. I think it's a good amendment. If it were possible to amend amendments, I would throw safe supply in there because I think that's really crucial. It's not.
Sorry, not
so.
possible. Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. I have submitted an amendment of change.
You'll have to wait because we have to deal with this one first.
We have to deal with this. All right. Thank you.
Thanks. Right, I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we can take a vote on this amendment to the amendment. Yes, Councillor Hardwick.
Via email, but that is not what I'm seeing on the screen.
What you're voting on is the section in yellow. You're voting that would be added to clause E.
That's not what Councillor Carr just said.
That's what we're voting on. Okay, maybe the clerks can just clarify where. Well, I can clarify. Councillor Swanson moved an amendment to the main report, which includes letters D and E that are on the screen in red. Councillor Carr moved an amendment to this amendment, which is the yellow highlighted further that would be included in the letter. And that's what we're voting on, and we do have votes registered. And so, Councillor Hardwick, we just need you to vote of including E, the addition to E. Hardwick?
I'm thinking.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Thanks very much, Council. We're going back to the queue. Councillor Carr, you have 2.5 minutes left.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, great. Councillor Swanson, you have a minute, 3.5 minutes.
I'm good.
Councillor Hardwick.
That's a holdover.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Holdover.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I had also circulated an amendment, which I think in the context of one letter from the mayor makes sense to add to E rather than as a separate letter. So it would be a further that. And in line with the other notes about this communication with Minister Farnworth, this is really asking for clarity about who is defining investments in public safety and how, and whether investments, and the example I'll use is the community safety pilot project that the city recently announced, whether investments that we are making in efforts like that are considered within the bucket of public safety and would be considered in funding decisions. We've heard very clearly and consistently for a couple years now from the community as well as from the VPD that there needs to be a range of approaches to addressing the safety issues that our community faces. Police are not the only response or necessarily the appropriate response for some of those challenges. And so I think just as the mayor said it, this decision from the province provided clarity. I think it's really important in this conversation, broader conversation, that we get clarity about what decisions we can make. And so this would just be seeking some of that clarity.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder for this? Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. We're on the queue here. Councillor Wiebe, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to speak in support. In the letter, it talks about the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General's responsibility is public safety, and that's at its core. And so this will be interesting to continue to have further dialogue, and I think that's important to the conversation today.
Okay, thank you. That's it. So we can have a vote on this amendment to the amendment. Clerks have it on screen just for your information. We'll have is visible there. So Councillors Bly, Dominato, Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick. And that passes with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Bly, and Hardwick in opposition. Okay, back to the amendment queue. Councillor Boyle, anything on the now? Maybe the clerks could pull up the whole amendment as for consideration to council.
Well, the clerk's pulling that up. I'll just say I'm happy to support all of this. Obviously, a letter with each of these requests is just the starting point for a conversation, and it's really clear that this is a conversation that we need to be having with the province, both as it relates to the work that they're doing on the Police Act and provincially, and also specifically about challenges that we are facing as a local government and our role and their role in that. So appreciate the collaborative work that has gone into this and the conversation that we will hopefully get to have with the province out of it.
Thank you. Councillor Wiebe? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
to have the entire amended motion emailed to us so that we can see it on our screens?
Yeah, just before this vote, if we could send this proposed amended amendment to council, that would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weeb, please continue.
No, I'm supportive, and I will be.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, I have the same point of privilege if we could have the email and then a minute or two to read it, just so we're clear on what we're voting on before we move to a vote.
Just the amendment, before the amendment, before we vote on this amendment, we will send an email to you with all the text. It is all visible on the screen right now. That can start you on your way, but it will be emailed to you. Councillor Fry?
Much as I hate to do this, I'm going to supply an amendment to the amendment. I'm just quickly addressing it.
Okay.
Sorry, my apologies. The gist is reflecting in the letter to Minister Farnworth because as I read Councillor Boyle's thoughtful amendments, I do recognize that these are items of provincial downloading, and I would seek from Minister Farnworth some clarification as part of the Police Act review, the role of the city to pay for some of these functions that are otherwise statutory provincial responsibilities.
Council, do we have a seconder for that? Thank you. I'm going to move us to an amendment queue. Councillor Bly, I have you on the queue, but I think that's a holdover.
Yes, it's a holdover.
Thanks. Would anybody like to speak to this? Councillor Bly?
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to speak in support. I think that this Councillor Fry is adding a very thoughtful amendment. We have to recognize that part of this debate consistently over the last few years that Council is recognizing the level of downloading from the provincial government to local governments, trying to fill in some of the gaps that then may result in unnecessary calls to police. So we all, from what I've heard, recognize that there is an issue. What we're trying to understand better is the operational change, and have the province lead that discussion, which I think even having this discussion this morning entirely is the province ultimately is responsible for housing for mental health and addictions and for maintaining public safety in a much more holistic and broader context. So we as City of Vancouver cannot go at it alone. We've tried that. We're not able to do it, and we're seeing a deterioration on our streets because of it. So I think I'm very much supportive of the amendment and just wanted to reflect those comments into the broader conversation that we're having this morning.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I would be helpful because I understand this is an amendment, but I'm not clear where this fits in to the other amendment, and I don't have a full copy yet of what's been passed. So I'm wondering if we can see the other text so this relates on screen, not seeing an updated email or amendment from the clerk yet.
I think it was started, but we just...
Or can we get something emailed to us? Because I don't, until I can see how the pieces fit together, I don't feel able to vote on this. Is it possible to take a recess and get an updated version from the clerk? Or
so as requested, what was sent around was this amendment that was put forward by Councillor Swanson as amended. So that email has been sent to you. However, Councillor Fry has added this last minute addition, which has not yet been sent to you. So, but it is on screen.
I guess my question, Mayor, is I'm just trying to understand where this will fit in the order of the previous amendments, because there's 3 different paragraphs to that clause E, and I'm...
This is just for the letter.
The standalone? Yeah, I understand that, but I'd like to see it in context.
Well, the context is we have sent you an email with the amendment as amended, with this is now being considered for, this is now being put forward for consideration. So we can send you this if you like by email.
Yes, please. I understand that this is in a further addition. I just don't understand the order of where that is going because the language on its own doesn't make sense, and I'm trying to put it together, and perhaps it's the grammar, but...
Yes, that's my job. I'll just put all this stuff, when I write the letter, I'll just make sure that it makes sense. So the order of the amendments won't make any difference to how it's presented in the letter.
But this is okay, then maybe I can ask the question a different way as a point of information. This is an incomplete sentence. So I'm trying to see what this is connecting to in the next one, because it literally is a hanging sentence that ends with, it says, whether investments in the city makes towards other statutory prudential responsibility vis-a-vis the Police Act review, and then there's nothing that comes with that. That's what I'm struggling with. What sentence is that connecting to? Because it's incomplete. It's not a complete thought. That's my question.
Would you like to challenge this in terms of whether or not it's in order? Because that's about the only
No,
remedy.
I don't want to challenge it. I'm just asking if I can get the sequencing of where this fits into the other amendments.
It'll just be tagged on to the end.
Okay, then my question is, it's an incomplete sentence. So what is it aiming
You
to
can
actually?
challenge
That's
it.
a question for you to the mover.
You could ask if it's out of order. That's the only
No, I'm
remedy.
not wanting to do that.
That's the only,
Mayor.
Councilor Kirby-Young, that's the only remedy I have at this point. But if you'd like to ask a point of information to the mover.
Well, I did ask that. I said, could I ask a point of information through you to the mover? I did just say
Councilor
that.
Fry, question.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
Fry, can you help me finish that thought, because it seems
yeah,
seems
and appreciate that it's a little grammatically clunky. I did kind of throw it in there as an amendment to an amendment on limited time, typing as fast as I could. The intent, and I think regardless of the clunkiness of the grammar, the intent is to have the letter that the mayor is writing include a request to clarify how the province defines investments in public safety, and whether those investments that we are making for their otherwise statutory responsibilities, how that lines up in the context of the Police Act review, which is ongoing.
Councilor Kirby-Young.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Swanson.
Yeah, I think these amendments are all trying to get at the various aspects of this huge problem that we're faced with. First one being that the VPD, the Police Board, and Director of Police Services have the sole authority over policing in Vancouver. And the second one being that the city has already told the VPD that our priority is to replace police with community-led services in the areas of homelessness, drug use, sex work, and mental health. And the third one being what this amendment is referring to, the downloading of a lot of costs in these areas, like 300 million, according to our staff report, and costs were downloaded last year. And then saying basically, after the province says basically, after we've downloaded all these costs on you, you have to deal with them not by promoting more equity or having a better city, but by paying for more police. The Human Rights Commission came up with this great report, and I love the title of it, Equity is Safer. And they talk about detasking the police. And that's what the almost 400 people who signed up to speak at the decriminalization of poverty motion wanted, right? When police are governed by police, will they ever move to community-led solutions? That's a big question that we have to answer, and I don't think they will. So yeah, this is a good amendment, and I hope the whole thing passes. Thanks.
Councilor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I think I've gotten clarity about the amendment. Is it possible after we vote on this further amendment, could we have a 5-minute recess? Because there seems to be confusion I'm hearing from councillors about the flow of the amendments and where they sit.
Before we vote on this one?
After we vote on this.
After we vote on this one, you want a 5-minute recess?
To all
okay, I'll come back to you to ask for that. Sure. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just, given my remaining time, on this, I thought I would just resubmit and fix up that clause to the satisfaction perhaps of Councillor Kirby
You
Young's.
can't do that. This has been moved and seconded, so it's the property of the body now.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, thank you. That's it for speakers, so we'll call a vote on this. That passes with Councillor Kirby Young in opposition. Okay, we're back to the amendment queue. I'm just going to ask, I'll go. Councillor Fry, do you have anything else? Thank you. Councillor Dominato, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. So I'd like to move that 5-minute recess now so that we could get a
Thank you.
clean copy.
Seconder?
Unless there's further
Second,
amendments.
Councillor Bly.
Thank you. And all in favor of a recess? Just a reminder to council, we're still on an amendment queue, so we still have to vote on Councillor Swanson's amended amendment, a very amended amendment. So if you want to take a break now, that's fine. I just want to let you know. So we have a motion on the floor to recess for 5 minutes. We have all in favor, yay?
Yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay? Great. Okay, so we'll see you back at, let's say, 11:30. I'm just going to call us back to order. Call council back to order. Second call. Clerks, you can just let me know when we have quorum. I think we're exactly at 11:30. There he goes, Councillor Wiebe. Okay, council, we're coming back to order. And you've all had a chance to review the amended, Councillor Swanson's amendment to the amendment. So I don't see anybody else on the queue, so I'm going to go to vote on the amended amendment. It's on the screen. D and clerks, just remind us, we're voting on D and E. Yeah, we'll change it. So what's in yellow is what we're voting on. Councillor Dominato. There we go. So that has passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Bly, Dominato, and Hardwick in opposition. Okay, back to the main queue. Councillor Swanson, any other amendments or closing comments? You might be on mute, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm glad this passed. Thanks. I think it's really important that we send a strong message to the province that it's not right to ignore our priorities, that we desperately need funds because of what's been downloaded on us by their low welfare rates, their refusal to provide enough housing to end homelessness, by the lack of safe supply. And yeah, we just need the ability to do what people in our city need, and we can't do it with police. We need to do it with more equity, with more justice. And I hope this can send them a message that that's what we're thinking.
Thank you. We're on the main queue now to the amended amendment, the amended report. Councillor Carr?
Yes, I am going to support this decision, and I really feel that the additions we made in terms of amendments are incredibly important. It is very frustrating to be sitting at the council table and feel that you don't have any choice but to vote yes or no to a whole department's budget, which is 24% of our overall budget. And I'm really hoping that the Police Act review looks into that situation at the provincial level. I believe that Vancouver should be represented in that Police Act review, which it currently isn't. And I do think that the letter and the amendments we've made to the letter that to be written by the mayor are strong messages to the minister around this. We know that we are facing increased costs around the police department because of the downloading of services, the downloading onto the city to address the issues and problems that could be ameliorated by increased investments in everything from affordable and supportive housing to addiction and mental health services to alternative ways of restorative justice within the system. And I'm really hoping that the minister listens to that. And I really hope the Police Act review ends up with an ability of a city like ours to actually work in a more collaborative way to ensure that the budget of the police department reflects the priorities of the council as well as the needs around public safety.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm just hoping to ask that we sever that we vote separately on A and B than on the rest of the motion.
Okay, we'll sever A out. So you want A separate, B separate, and then the rest?
A and B can be together as far as I'm concerned, but the rest separate.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young?
I have a point of information.
Sure.
I don't have, and I don't know why, an emailed copy of this yet. I see I was going to ask what the C was. Is an email copy being sent around?
It has been, but I'll check with the clerks.
I'm wondering if I'm having computer issues this morning.
I'll just check with the clerks.
Thank you.
We could send it again, though, just to make sure it comes to you.
Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, you know, I respect that the decision that Rideout's made is that's his role, and this is the role under the Police Act. And as the mayor's alluded earlier, we are a creature of the province, and we're sort of obligated by those standards. And the standards of the Police Act suggest that we need to maintain a police force of satisfactory strength to meet the needs, and that's how the framework. So, and that's where the framework kind of disconnects, because we are literally just here to sign the checks, and that is problematic. And I think stepping back in time a little bit to the time that we made a decision to freeze the police budget, we were faced with some unprecedented times in the pandemic, and regardless of the role of policing and the role of the province in addressing some of these things, the reality is that we saw a significant decrease in a lot of the visitations to our city in the form of the Granville Entertainment District, in the form of hockey games, soccer games, football games, all those kind of aspects that need a significant amount of policing resource to service essentially the region. And we were correct in ascertaining that there was less demand for some of those services, and we were making cuts across the board to all of our departments in order to stave off some pretty significant financial impacts of the pandemic on our city. So that decision was a sound decision. It was not inspired by the sort of defund notion as has been suggested by some of the pundits and speakers that we heard today. I think it was a reflection of the reality of the time. And I do think that the amendments that we've provided in this direction with the mayor to write Minister Farnworth and really reflect on the complexities of being the biggest city in the province, the largest city in the region, and responsible for a great deal of policing, that we are picking up the tab as the city of Vancouver for a lot of things that are effectively downloaded from the provincial government, effectively downloaded by the region. And we need to have that conversation. And I'm incredibly disappointed that the Police Act review, as is ongoing right now, has no representation from the city of Vancouver. I'm a bit shocked that we have no elected MLAs from our city with the largest police force in the province, and we have no representation on the Provincial Police Act review, which does not give me a lot of confidence in the process. So I really appreciate that the mayor will be including some of the language that we've suggested in a letter to Minister Farnworth, and I hope we can move the dial on some of this, because it is very frustrating.
Thank you. Just wondering if Councillor Boyle, you could take the chair while I ask a point of information to staff.
Yes, go ahead, Mayor Stewart.
Thank you very much. Staff, I was wondering, so it doesn't look like we'll be moving to add to increase property tax rate this year. So I'm wondering if you could recalculate for me, if we stick at our current property tax increase and we do pay for this increase out of our reserves, what percentage of our overall tax increase will policing constitute?
Thank you, Colin Knight, Director of Financial Planning and Analysis. So given that, as Patrice Dempsey noted earlier, that with the updated assessment rule information, the property tax increase estimate would be 5.7% versus the 6.35% the council originally was in the original budget approval. The revised VPD budget increase of $30.8 million, which includes the 5.7 directed by the Director of Police Services, that would be that would mean that the VPD portion of the property tax increase would be 49%.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarity.
that all for you, Mayor?
Thanks. Yeah.
Okay, I will pass the chair back to
And I
you.
will call on you.
And I just wanted to clarify, having reread what staff circulated, that it's just B that I'd like to sever out for a separate vote.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Dominato, you have about 4 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. And I'd like to sever A and B, just to put that note now.
Separate votes on A, separate vote on B, and then separate vote on the rest?
Yes, correct.
Okay, great.
Thank you. And just, I want to speak to a couple of issues. I was listening to Sarah Blythe when she phoned in on the subject of this report, and she touched on a much broader issue of the upstream needs in society and supports that are necessary. And so when I reflect on some of the conversations and dialogue we're having today, I think there's a recognition that we have a lot of challenges that go far back into early childhood with many young people, and recognizing trauma and the move of agencies to move to more trauma-informed practice. But we could also look at our foster care system, which certainly has seen its abuses and challenges, bullying and violence in schools of young people, and then untreated, unsupported mental health in young people, and as well as adults and parents. And so recognizing that we have some really complex societal issues that we need to grapple with that we're not necessarily going to be addressing fully at the civic level of government, but it harkens to the ongoing importance of the conversations we have provincially as well as federally around social service supports early. And here's where I would focus my energy, and at the provincial level is on prevention and early intervention supports, because I think that's really critical. And so I put that out there as part of a conversation which is much bigger than the one we're having today, and acknowledging that much of what's been discussed today has also been reflected in our Police Act review submission to the province, and conversations that we've been having around the additional and ancillary and complementary services that are needed in communities, not just in Vancouver, but across the province, to support neighborhoods, to support residents. And it was acknowledged earlier that the province is moving on complex care, which is also an area that I think needs further attention. But with respect to the circumstance we find ourselves in around the determination made by the province, I support the provincial decision. I support us including the $5.7 million in the budget to support public safety in our city. It is a core service. We need to continue to support that, but we do need to continue the dialogue with the higher levels of government around both the social services that are necessary to support our residents, the public health services that are necessary to support our residents as we continue to see the toxic drug supply and overdoses in our city. And so I just, these are really, really complex, and that's the dialogue we need to be having, is how do we advance those things forward? And it may look different in future. I think that service delivery needs to be examined regularly when it comes to whether it be healthcare, whether it be public safety, whether it be public education. We constantly need to be looking at, are we meeting the needs of our residents or those we're serving? And so welcome that ongoing conversation, and I will be supporting the staff recommendations around the $5.7 million for public safety. Thank you.
Thanks. Just before I move to the vote, I'm just going to ask the city manager, we have separated A and B, and just as a procedural question, what happens if B fails? We have the great letter in there and a bunch of other stuff, but the main clause is B, that council approves of 5.7. What happens if that fails?
I think, Mayor, thanks for the question. Then there is an outstanding question for council regarding the funding source for for that budget increase. So council has essentially, the city's been ordered to provide it. So that decision would remain outstanding. I expect council would need to deal with it at some other time.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Okay, with that information then, I think everybody's had the emailed. Councillor Hardwick, you had
A, B, and C, and below.
I'll walk us through it as we go through the votes. So I'm going to call the vote now on letter A. The clerks could highlight letter A on the screen. Letter A. Please mark Councillor Dejanova as absent due to conflict. And that has passed unanimously. Now we're going to move to letter B. The clerks could highlight letter B. Whenever we'll call the vote until you're all ready. Okay, so now we're going to vote on letter B. And that has passed with Councillor Swanson and Boyle in opposition. And now we're going to vote on the remainder of the motion, or the amended report, C, D, and E. That has been mailed to you, Council, because it won't fit on the screen, but the clerks are working their formatting magic in real time. There we go. Okay, so C, D, and E, that is the current vote. And that has passed with Councillors Kirby Young, Bly, Dominato, and Hardwick in opposition. Clerks, that's it for this one, I think. So that report number 2 is completed. Thank you very much, Council, and for everybody who called in to contribute. Next, we're moving on to the cultural grants. We do have 15 minutes remaining until the lunch break. So perhaps we could move to hear from speakers. There's 2 folks that are on the line, if that would be okay with council. I think I can just do it as long as nobody objects. So I know that, I don't know if folks are listening in, but clerks, can we unless the city manager has introductions or anything for the cultural grants? No, I don't. No, I don't see any. Okay, so so let's just move to the speakers. So we have Esther Rosenberg, speaker number.
Good morning.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes. Thanks for calling in. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Good morning. I'm Esther Rosenberg, Artistic and Executive Director of the Eastside Art Society, and I am opposed to the recommendations presented. Before I begin, I would like to thank each and every one of you for your ongoing dedication and commitment to the residents, visitors, and businesses of the City of Vancouver. It is a daunting task to manage a city at the best of times, even more so while traversing the many challenges that a pandemic presents. So thank you. Okay, I will be using the Eastside Art Society as an example to illustrate some of the flaws and shortfalls with the awarding of arts operating grants. Getting back to my reference on the pandemic, I have to mention that if it wasn't for COVID, I would probably not be standing here. Well, I'm not standing here, but talking to you here today, addressing the lack of support for the Eastside Art Society. Some of you may know it as the Culture Crawl. In 2020, when the pandemic hit, we had about 3 months of cash flow in hand. If it wasn't for the economic recovery and stabilization funds that we were able to access at that time, we would have shuttered our doors in 2020. In reality, we would not have seen the organization's 25th year, a milestone. This, by the way, is not due to fiscal mismanagement, rather in spite of the lack of substantive support from the city. The Eastside Art Society and the Eastside Culture Crawl have never run a deficit. Some background. Over the years, Council has increased their overall arts and culture budget. This shows your sincere commitment to the city's support of arts and culture. I personally have always been a strong advocate of this. I also thought that at some point our organization would see some of those increases trickle down. It has been hugely disappointing to see that nothing, not a dime, ever actually has. I have watched other equally established organizations receive increases, and many newer organizations have received more than us, and their base support is way higher than ours. After 10 years, I have to ask, why is this occurring? Who merits an increase? And is there an objective merit-based rating system governing these decisions? I took on managing this organization about 10 years ago. At that time, we had 300 some artists participating with approximately 20,000 attendees. Our budget was about $75,000. In the year preceding the pandemic, we had a total of 500 plus artists, 45,000 attendees, and a budget of about $400,000. The organization has consistently grown. It has garnered enormous support from both artists and the public alike. We have developed programming that complements a signature open studio event with a diverse programming that includes paying artists CARFAC fees. To this date, annually, we curate exhibits by a BIPOC jury that pays CARFAC fees for 80-plus artists. We do artist talks and workshops that are equally well embraced that also pay artist CARFAC fees. And for those of you who don't know what that is, it's a standard set by visual arts organizations to compensate visual artists for any work that they do. When we look at community engagement in respect to our organization, we have a program called Studio 101, and that provides free art-making workshops for school children in our community, many of them marginalized. This particular program has grown from 30 students at its inception to 180 students in 2021. The effects of this program alone have been profound. We have a community affiliates program that ensures community inclusivity, working with organizations such as Possibility, The Kettle, Union Gospel Mission, Carnegie Center, and UMA, to name a few. As well, over the past 2 years, we have partnered with Squatchy Lodge, thereby ensuring that Indigenous artists have access to our programming and its benefits. Finally, off the side of my desk, we produced an award-winning report on the loss of artist studio spaces because we are concerned about artists and displacement. We have strived to provide a livable wage for our 3 part-time staff and have ensured flexible working conditions for them. We have a strong, deeply committed board who every year rise to the challenges of fundraising for our programming, which is a huge part of our budget. Separate from our festival programming, in 2021, we received funding through the Vancouver Foundation to develop the Eastside Arts District. You will be hearing more about this later in the year. If I was to rate our organization over the past 10 years, I would say that it checks off all of the boxes that would merit increased support. This, given the program activity, the capacity we have built over many years, the thousands of attendees, and the support provided to over 500 artists annually. Despite the pandemic, we ran the festival both years at great expense to our team and to our resources. We did so in support of the many artists, visual artists, a great number who lost their exhibit presentation, residencies, and workshop opportunities when the pandemic hit. With all of this, apparently none of what we have achieved over this period of time has merited additional support.
Sorry to interrupt, Speaker, but unfortunately your 5 minutes are up if you want to finish that sentence, and then you have questions from 2 speakers.
Can I just quickly go through just a recommendation? I would recommend the following: that a merit-based scorecard be developed and implemented to determine increases in support, that organizations that wish to defend themselves in front of their peers be allowed to do so, that a review of the past 5 years is undertaken to look at who received an increase and why, that there be a moratorium on the development of new programs so that support can be increased to existing organizations. If there are new policy directions such as EDI and accessibility audits, that funds be allocated to support organizations to develop them and not just expect them to do so with already limited resources. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And you have questions first from Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks, Esther, and thanks for speaking to Council. I appreciate you flagging this issue. The challenge, I guess, I only have 3 minutes, so I'm just going to frame up this question for context. The challenge that by the time these reports get to Council is that if amendments are made then within the funding envelope, then that means taking from one group to another, and so it's challenging at this point. I'm wondering first if you could email your recommendations specifically be read out to Council, that would be really helpful. But I'm wondering if you could say if you've got any sort of specific feedback as to why. I know you've spoken at Council before on the same issue, and it seems to be continuing as to why your organization for the culture crawl is not being considered in terms of what you feel is a proportional level of funding to what some other recipients are getting, or in the context of the equity initiatives that you're undertaking? Like, what feedback are you getting a clear sense from staff as to why?
No, most of the feedback that I've gotten over the years hasn't been terribly meaningful, and it hasn't been in depth. And I believe that that's the case because we don't have some of the things, some of the policies put in place in regards to process that I'm recommending that staff undertake and do that now. And I understand that you cannot go back and review. Well, I understand that you cannot make changes to what has been allocated, but I strongly, suggest that you send back to staff that they review what has been put forth on the merits of our organization and what we bring to the community and artists.
Right. No, I hear what you're saying, and perhaps there's an opportunity because there are some that's still unallocated for this year. So I think, and sort of perhaps helping facilitate a further dialogue with staff might be helpful. Is that something that you would be interested in?
Yes.
If we could try to provide some greater clarity around that?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay, I'd be happy to help facilitate that. If you could email that to council, that would be my other question.
I will do that.
Yeah, and that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Carr, you're up next.
Thank you so much. I'm really appreciative of you coming and speaking and providing some, I think, thoughtful suggestions also. How much of your previous budgets, in terms of rough percentage, has been the support from the city?
Well, for operating, we're talking $13,000 from a $400,000 that was 2019. Our budget has increased during the pandemic because of the relief support. So 13 times 4 is, I can't do the math that quickly. 4 times 3 is 12. Carry the 1. Probably that's. I can't do the math that quickly in my head.
Okay.
What that percentage is.
So your budget's $400,000, and
It was. It's higher now. It's close to $600,000 this year.
And the grant was $13,000. Is that right?
$13,000 and has not gone up in 10 years. And I don't understand why we even had settled at $13,000 to start off with. But that's a whole other.
And tell me, what is it that the grant enables you to do that otherwise you would not be able to do?
What, this grant, the $13,000?
Yeah, yes.
Enables me to do?
Yeah.
Our rent doubled this year, so we're now we used to be at $1,200, so I guess it could have supported our rent, but now our rent is $2,400.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate the suggestions that you've made, and echo Councillor Kirby-Young's point that it's very hard at this point if we were to increase or to approve your grant, we would have to take away from someone else at the same time, and it's difficult to do. I just hope that you understand the position that we are in on that. But have you applied for other program grants within the city?
I have, and I have received them. The problem with that is they are project-based, and as you know, projects cost way more than what we're receiving. So, for example, to do our report, A City Without Art, No Net Loss, we received support from Cultural Services Infrastructure. It was $20,000. That report cost me $40,000 plus, which meant I had to go fundraising in order to secure the funding to complete that report. So it adds additional workload to what we're, which removes ourselves away from our core programming. I'm glad that we did the report because it has been impactful and it was necessary because that information didn't exist. However, I can't tell you what a strain on our resources it was to undertake that. So yes, we have received.
I've just run out of time, so thanks so much. I really want to commend you and your board and all the artists. It's an incredible addition to our city. Always, I love the Eastside Culture Crawl. So thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Council, thank you. Sorry to interrupt. You have one more question, but before that, Council, I'm going to ask if somebody is interested in moving a motion to extend past noon to hear from the second speaker who's on the line.
Happy to do that.
Councillor Wiebe, seconded by Councillor Fry. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Council, Esther, you have another councillor on the question queue, and then Council, we will hear from the second speaker before breaking for lunch.
Hi, Esther. It's Pete.
Hello.
Just curious. So obviously this isn't the first time you've applied, and you applied for 25,000, got 13,000, and you've sort of consistently been underfunded based on what you've told us. I'm curious, process-wise, have staff come back to you with explanations why you didn't get the funding, and maybe suggestions how you might better position for funding in the future? Has there been that kind of conversation?
Actually, yeah. I mean, I've had many conversations over the years. Generally, it comes down to there's not enough money, but after seeing new organizations come into place, increases with other organizations, I kind of feel like in some way targeted, that somehow our organization gets dismissed and is not looked at in regards to how much we actually do contribute to the arts and culture to the city, not just in terms of the attendees, but also capacity building for artists. So I can't say I've gotten a fulsome response, and I believe that because there isn't a merit-based system that would look at some of the aspects of what arts organizations are doing in a more objective fashion, that really I feel we get a peer assessment and a couple of comments, which to me doesn't adequately represent what I would say an objective allocation of funding.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. And just to put a finer point and clarify, you've never been given advice as to how you might improve your application prospect.
No, we were told that we could now be considered for operating, and I saw that as hopeful. So we went from what was project to operating, and since then it's been absolutely nothing.
Okay. Thank you, Esther.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Esther, for waiting and for sharing all of your thoughts so articulately with us. Our second speaker is Christopher Gaze.
Hello. Good morning, everyone, or just about good afternoon. And I've been watching and listening to you all morning with the difficult things you have to do, councillors. And it's fantastic what you do, and congratulations and thank you from me and the citizens of the city. I want to thank you. The only reason for my call is to respectfully thank you for the funding that you have given over the last couple of years during all these challenges and difficulties of the COVID. Bard on the Beach was the recipient of that, and is this kind of leaning into the cultural arts organizations in the city, and the respect you've given them is exemplary. So thank you for that, and for everything you do culturally, with the support that you give to so many organizations. I listened to the previous speaker. I know there are frustrations. There are frustrations for all of us, but nevertheless, everyone from the Bard board and my executive director, Claire Sakaki, and myself, we thank you so much. Bard is coming back this year. They're building it as I speak in the pouring rain. But nevertheless, it is being built. And this summer, from June to September, there will be a robust Bard on the Beach season, back again since 2019. There's been an empty space there. But please go and have your lunch now. And thank you all for everything you do for our city. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And you actually have questions from Councillor Carr. Are you on the list to ask questions?
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm actually on the list to just say I love to hear your voice, Christopher. And thank you what you have done in building a a culture in Vancouver that appreciates the great masters and in theater and plays. And it's always such a pleasure. I'm so happy to hear Bart is coming back this summer. And yeah, just thank you for taking the time to call in to us.
That was not a question, but I
I'm
had
so
the same
sorry that
reaction,
wasn't.
so I'm letting it fly. Thank you so much for phoning in, Christopher and council. Those are all of our speakers. We extended to finish hearing from speakers. We will come back after lunch and in camera at 3 o'clock and have a presentation from staff at that time, and then move into discussion on this item and the rest of our agenda.
Vote on this after lunch?
Yes. We'll hear from staff. We'll have time for questions to staff, and then we'll vote on this item starting after 3 o'clock. So lunchtime.
All right, there's 6 in the chamber. You have quorum and 3 online.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, I'm just scrolling through where we are in the script.
On page 6, but the council varied the order, so you heard the speakers first, and then now to staff questions portion.
Okay, great. So council, it's my understanding we might have a few opening slides from staff, and then we will move to questions from staff. Can I get a confirmation from the city manager or Sandra Singh about opening comments or slides?
Thank you, Chair. Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, and Community Services. I don't have slides, but I do have a few very brief comments, if I may.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Council. It's good to be back with you in chambers. As you know, every year, City of Vancouver invests close to $14 million in essential grants to local arts and culture nonprofit organizations through various grant streams, and that through these grants, we support operations, projects, access to civic theaters, and capacity building initiatives for the sector. These investments are guided by the key goals and directions set out in the city's 10-year council-approved arts and culture plan, Culture Shift, blanketing the city in arts and culture, which was unanimously adopted by Council on September 10th, 2019. After 2 years of status quo approach to grants allocations in order to sustain the sector through the COVID-19 pandemic, staff have recommenced efforts on implementing Culture Shift direction to streamline operating grants and commence deeper integration of the goals of cultural equity, accessibility, and reconciliation in program objectives and criteria, providing equity and access to grant levels regardless of the size and tenure of the grantee. So the 2022 Cultural Operating Grants report before you today provides Council with community-assessed operating grant recommendations for cultural organizations that are advancing the goals of Culture Shift through their operating program objectives and is assessed by the criteria. The process that the Community Adjudication Committee goes through is a structured criteria-based assessment process that does involve scoring and group analysis results and committee discussion. It's common across the cultural sector. For example, the Canada Culture for the Arts, and here even locally, the Vancouver Foundation follows similar processes in terms of allocating their limited grant funds. As Council knows, requests for funding always exceeds the available resources, and the committee reviews requests and recommends grant levels that reflect how well groups meet program objectives and criteria. That's not to say that there aren't many groups that may not be recommended for a grant, aren't worthy, or aren't doing important work. It just comes down to the difficult decisions around allocating limited funding. The assessment committee worked with a small increase of 0.6% in the operating budget this year, as well as one-time funds of $300,000, as well as some rebalancing and shifting within the various grant streams and some one-time project funds. This year, 149 groups requested a total of $10.4 million, with recommendations in this report totaling 8.7, so approximately 84% of the total requested amount. I want to just recognize that it's an extraordinarily difficult job of a committee to make recommendations like this, especially when the hopes and aspirations of a sector are resting on the decisions that you make. At the same time, having been on the other side of the granting process, I also know how hard it is to not receive grants that you've requested. I've been in that situation many times before in the public library, applying for grants through various programs. So I know how difficult it is, and I just want to respect the disappointment that we heard from our speaker this morning. Ultimately, though, the recommendations in this report continue to advance the city's goal of contributing to equitable, diverse, and vibrant communities that amplify the voices of creative people and allow the full range of Vancouver public to see themselves truly reflected in the stories of these lands. I think we're proud of the recommendations that the committees are bringing forward and hope for Council's endorsement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, now is the time for questions, and I see there's a few members on the list, so we'll start with Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Sandra. So just reflecting on some of the comments regarding the Eastside Culture Crawl and the Arts District and stuff, and I'm just curious how we're articulating, especially with the culture shift, and there's some kind of changing criteria. and how much, so folks can learn how the point system works, for instance, and how maybe priorities have shifted, and do we offer that kind of exit conversation for grant folks if they're curious how they could score better maybe, or what have you?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor. The staff are in regular contact with all of our grantees and applicants. We'll ask Cheryl Masters, our Senior Planner of Granting and Cultural Awards, who's on the line to offer more specific information.
Thank you, Sandra. Thanks, everyone. Hi, I'm Cheryl Masters. I head up the Grants and Awards team within Cultural Services. Thank you for these questions. We each year, so we pause the full assessment process for 2 years, as Sandra mentioned, to help the recovery of the grantees throughout the pandemic. And so we went into full assessment this year, but we've been integrating aligning with our new culture shift priorities in a phased approach. So each year, when we went our last full assessment in 2020, we published all the changes that were taking place in the program criteria and the questions, and laid that out explicitly in the program information guide. We make ourselves available to the applicants for any questions and help them through make the best proposal forward. We also publish the assessment criteria, specifically the scoring and how it works in the process and how committee members are selected from the community. So that's all very public and what we feel is very transparent. And so after the assessment is done, if we make ourselves available for anyone who has questions about the process and about the recommendation, and we share some of the results back where we have some clear committee comments and directions to feedback to groups. Sometimes it's a status quo recommendation. There's not a lot of input to give back to the committee. It was they might have scored average, or they might have scored a little bit lower than others, and so there isn't always specific, it's just a competitive process, and then others scored higher and are advancing culture shift priorities a little bit better. But when asked for those specific comments, and when we have good comments to report back, we will absolutely meet with groups and discuss that with them. But we really look to them to ask us if they want that information, because there are so many groups in the portfolio, the 149. We can't possibly draft and articulate that for everyone, but we are absolutely, we can be ready for a meeting and relay those comments back to them as requested.
Thanks, Cheryl. I appreciate the clarification and very thorough. I'm just curious also, just following up on that, how much does, so if we're weighting the sort of criteria versus the committee, how is that, like, is the criteria is largely immutable, I guess, and then the committee, they have more discretion? Is that, or are they just scoring?
Cheryl, could you speak to that?
Yes, I can. So how we do, so we invite peer assessment members of the community that can self-nominate or nominate others. They review applications individually. They do a preliminary ranking and score against, we have 5 broad areas where we look at. So artistic purpose, the contributions, the community impact, leadership and administration, as well as financial management. So they go through each of these sections based on the questions that we've asked the applicant, and they score accordingly. So their individual scores are very preliminary. Then we come together and we meet in person or virtually as a committee, and we have a discussion, a robust discussion about each application. And scores and opinions can change once everyone has a benefit of listening to the peers in the committee. And so we come up with a final recommendation for that group. Does that answer your question?
That does, and thank you. Appreciate the work that goes into this. I know it's got to be tough, so I really do appreciate it. And thank you for the answer.
That's all from you, Councillor Fry?
That's good. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you're up next.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can you hear me? Apparently my
mic. I can hear you.
Okay, great. I have a short mic and not a longer one, so I just wanted to check.
No problem.
Yeah, Councillor Fry really touched on the heart of my questions, which I appreciate with respect to Culture Crawl. So I'll just ask one quick follow-up. And that was with respect, I know you said there's a lot of applicants and it's difficult to get back to each one individually, but in the event there is a specific situation like this one has arisen, further the questions that I had asked of the speaker, is there an opportunity for staff to review in this particular case and provide some feedback and guidance?
Yes, absolutely. We will follow up. I believe that that there have been some conversations with Esther already, but we'll follow up again following this meeting.
Okay, super. Appreciate that. Thanks. Thank you very much, Sandra.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young, and Councillor Hardwick. You are up next.
Role now?
I started it in this role in spring of 2018, so 4 years.
Okay. And since you started and your experience here, how has the budget in this particular area increased? Has it gone up by 10%, 50%? Can you give us an indication?
Yeah, historically, the grants budget for our grants have increased at an inflationary rate of about 2% per year. The last couple of years, it's been slightly less. Than the 2%, although we did receive a one-time boost for culture shift last year. But I can certainly follow up with a detailed chart on the progression of the grants budget.
Yeah, I'm just really trying to get a sense of it. Are we keeping in line incrementally? Are we seeing, large increases is really what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
This is a fairly recent area overall in the city's history for us to get into. And so I'm just really trying to get a sense of how that progression has taken place.
Yeah, it's typically been that modest kind of 2% per year, but I will follow up with you with a more detailed kind of multi-year comparison.
It would be useful. Thank you.
Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, so looking at the capital grants and recognizing there's significant capital can support some of these arts organizations, how did this process align with some of the work that needs to be done with the capital project, recognizing some of these didn't get as much funding, but there's also large capital asks to some of these organizations?
Cheryl, would you like to start and I can pick that up in terms of the capital plan?
So I'm more involved in the operating budget side of things. I have my colleagues in the spaces that are looking at capital investments. So specifically, are you asking about process?
Yes.
Or?
Yeah, no, I've actually got a list in front of me. It talks about cultural infrastructure grants, cultural space funding and land trust grants, renewal, grants and partnerships for Chinatown, and other upgrades to different arts and cultural facilities, including cultural facilities capital maintenance budget. So there's a lot of unfunded things that deal with the capital. So it'd be interesting to know how these two kind of support each other and supporting arts and cultural spaces here.
Sure. So all of our capital granting comes through the capital plan. So that's where all of the small infrastructure grants, like the more modest kind of, $30,000, $50,000, $60,000 grants to the larger grants, those all come through the capital plan. Cheryl, can you speak to how you stay connected with the cultural spaces team in terms of the aspirations of various space operators?
Definitely. We share a lot of operating grantees in particular that are, aspiring to build their own space or vying for community amenity spaces. So we stay in, regular contact with understanding sort of the needs of the community. And if there is someone requiring space or looking to build space or going in to become a space operator, how through our granting program we will help with the operations of their, of the provision of that space. So it's pretty ongoing. We work quite closely with them.
Okay, and from the applicants, do they find it easier, from your understanding, to apply for grants for capital or for operations when they're looking at federal, provincial, or other types of forms of fundraising? So looking at the two different types of grants to support arts and culture in Vancouver, what is the biggest need from a city standpoint to support these organizations? Is it more the capital stuff or the operations stuff they're looking more for?
I would suggest that both operating and capital are necessary for organizations. Cheryl, I don't know if you can speak to the operating, but both operating and capital leverage senior government funding. So in terms of operations and capital. So for example, on a theater renovation, we'll bring some funding to the table. Most organizations, they'll lean into Heritage Canada grants. There might be something coming from the province as well, and often private philanthropy as well on the capital side. And then Cheryl, can you speak to the operating leverage?
Yeah, absolutely. It's very similar, although I'd say the capital funding is a lot more complex and very long term and sometimes takes years. With the operating budget, most of our operating grantees leverage, they have federal support, they have provincial support, they have regional support, and a lot of funding coming through private donations and corporate, and they self-generate their own revenue as well. So very similar.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Council, those are the end of the questions. I'm going to ask for a mover in a moment. I just want to make sure that we asked, so I'm going to ask it again if any member wishes to declare a conflict of interest on this item. We altered the order a bit, so just naming that again. Would someone like to move a motion?
So moved.
Move this report.
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung, and a seconder.
Second, Councillor Bly.
Councillor Bly, thank you very much. I'm just looking at the speaker queue, but seeing no speakers, I'll ask the clerk to move us to a vote. And that passes with no councillors in opposition. Thank you.
Councillor Boyle,
Oh,
I'm back
yes.
in the chair. If you'd like me to take it back, I'm happy to do that.
Sure, happy to hand it back.
Thank you very much for running a good ship there. Let's see now, we're on to bylaws. So we have 10 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Just note, Council, that bylaw 11 was withdrawn. Council members who are not present for the meetings related to public hearings must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings if they wish to vote. Bylaw 4 is from the public hearing of June 17th. Councillors Dejanova and Hardwick were absent from this item. Councillor Dejanova, have you reviewed the package and will you be voting?
I have and I will.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick. Thank you. Anybody wish to hold any of these for debate or conflict of interest? Councillor Hardwick?
I've put, number 6 and 7 on for separate vote.
6 and 7 for separate votes. Okay, thanks so much. And let's see, Councillor Dejanova?
I was just going to offer to move, I suppose, 1 to 5 and 8 to 11, and then we could vote separately on 6 and 7. Mayor?
Just 11's been withdrawn.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Hardwick, which two did you want again? 6 and 7, Councillor Hardwick. Okay, so let's do 6 and 7 first.
Move adoption.
Thank you. Seconder?
Mayor,
Oh, sorry, Councillor Swanson, I see you on the queue. Go ahead.
I'd like to hold 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Okay, 6 and 7 are already held. 4 and 5 we'll do as a separate vote after this one. So we're going to vote on bylaws 6 and 7 first. All in favor of, oh, I need a mover and a seconder. Thank you, seconder. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr, I heard first. All in favor of 6 and 7, yay. Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Right, I'm going to have to do a recorded vote then. Sorry about that. I should have jumped to that instead. Okay, so we're going to have a recorded vote on 6 and 7. Councillor Dominato and Wiebe. Councillor Dominato. There we go. That's passed with Councillor Hardwick and Swanson in opposition. Councillor Swanson wants to hold 4 and 5, so we'll have a separate vote on bylaws 4 and 5. I'll call the vote now.
Move adoption.
Oh, right, sorry. Move adoption. I have a seconder.
Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Okay, now we're moved to the vote. Councillor Hardwick. How would you like? Would you like a vote assist? Oh, right. Oh, on both of them? 4 and 5? Okay. Great. Okay, so that has passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Thank you. Okay, Council, so we're going to do the remainder of the votes.
Move adoption of 1 to
1, 2,
3
3,
and
7, 8, 9, 10.
8 to 10, if that's
Thanks so
helpful.
much. Thank you. So we have a mover, we have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Carr. We're going to have the vote now. Oh, we can do yeas and nays, I guess. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Don't hear any. That's passed unanimously. Thanks so much. Okay, we're moving to the administrative motions. One administrative motion on the agenda. That's the form of development on 2924 Venable Street. Any conflict of interest here? Don't hear any. Questions to staff? I have you on the queue, Councillor Dejanova. Do you have questions? Okay, thank you. Somebody like to move this, please. Any? Thank you, Councillor Carr. Seconder. Councillor Weed, thank you. Any discussion? I don't see anybody in the queue, so we'll do yeas and nays. All in favor, yay. Opposed,
Yay.
nay. Opposed, nay. That's passed. Thank you very much. Now we're on to council members' motions. 8 council member motions on the agenda today at 3:20. First is request for leaves of absence. Councillor Bly for personal reasons, April 14th from 6 p.m. onwards.
Move adoption.
April 19th from 3 p.m. onwards, April 20th from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., April 21st from 3 p.m. onwards, April 26th from 6 p.m. onwards, and May 18th from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. And Councillor Carr for meetings on April 19th from 6 onward for civic business. Can I have a mover, please?
Move adoption.
Thank you. Seconder? Second, Councillor Carr. Thank you. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great. Thanks very much. Motion number 2, to which we have speakers, is asking for change to the Vancouver Charter to allow the city to levy a progressive property tax, moved by Councillor Swanson. And Councillor, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Yeah, so this motion has 2 parts. The first is basically just asking the province to change the charter so the city can impose a progressive property tax. The second is to have our staff report back on options for how this could work and how it could help end homelessness. I think it's really quite unethical that an entire level of government, which is ours, doesn't have the ability to tax based on the amount of wealth or property that people own, and that we have to tax the owner of a $400,000 condo at the same rate as the owner of a $70 million mansion. If the city could get the ability to tax people with lots of property wealth at higher rate than people who don't have a lot of property wealth, we could, in my dreams, use that money to build enough housing to virtually end homelessness, and we could do other things with it. That's what the second part of the motion is about. Could we tax people who own several properties at a higher rate than those who just own one? Could we apply it to businesses and help small businesses that are currently paying outrageous taxes by having companies that own lots of property pay more? So this is basically just an ask to the province and some research to see how it could be implemented if we got it. I've heard that some folks are leery of this because they don't want to have to layer on another tax on people who are already hit by the provincial so-called school tax, which kicks in on properties over $3 million. But think about this. The feds have a progressive income tax. The province didn't hold back from adding progressive income tax provincially just because the feds have one. They layered it on. Property holding is one of the biggest forms of wealth and inequality in the city. Taxing property wealth is a way of meeting our city's financial and equity goals. There are provincial programs like tax referrals for many categories. So if there are people with lots of property wealth who are income poor, they can defer their taxes to their heirs. Another way of promoting equity. So that's my motion.
Thank you so much. You have questions, Councillor Dejanova? Up to a minute.
Thanks. Councillor Swanson, you had just used an example of taxing people more if they own a number of properties. If they own a number of properties and they provide affordable housing, are you concerned as to how this could possibly affect our housing market and rentals if they were to rent?
That's why I asked for a staff report back on how it could work. Maybe we could exempt rental properties, for example.
Okay, so you're not jumping to conclusions, you're just looking at a report back.
Yep.
Thank you very much. That's
In
all my
fact,
questions.
the modeling that we did exempted rentals.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, up to a minute.
Yes, thanks very much. Councillor Swanson, have you investigated the difficulty related to the return of such extra revenues to the city? I'm thinking specifically around the fact that the school tax, which was anticipated by people, extra school levy would come back to the city. It has not. So have you investigated that?
Well, I've asked our staff how much school tax revenue the province has taken out of the city versus how much they've put back in terms of housing, and they've taken out a lot more than they've put back in. So this would be a way for us to try and snag some of what I think is our due.
Right, but is there a system which you've looked at that actually returns the money of an extra tax which is collected by the province to return it back to the city? Is that your intent?
I haven't looked at that, but part of this is, to ask the staff to look at various options for what could happen, and so hopefully that could happen.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to a minute.
Yeah, thanks. So, Councillor Swanson, you don't want to get the information back from staff first before asking the province around the impacts of this. And I'm thinking about consequences like highest and best use on small commercial retail properties, on multi-unit, on affordable rental, because the language in your motion doesn't specify categories. It only says based on value.
I think we should ask for it, because I think it's really important that we have the ability to levy a fair or a progressive tax. And at the same time that we've asked for it, we can figure out some options and we can present them and use them to push our argument that we need a progressive tax.
Okay, but you're asking for the right to do this before you know exactly what you're asking for, or before what the consequences are. That's my question around sequencing as your motion.
Well, I know how one model could work. The model that we've run, which is tax mansions worth over 1 million, over 5 million, an extra 1%, and mansions worth over 10 million, an extra 2%, and not businesses and not apartments. I know how that would work, and that could bring in over a couple $100 million.
Thank you. That's good. That's a minute. Councillor Dominato, up to a minute.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor Swanson, do property owners have any control over their land assessments and land value?
I think that is done by BC Assessment.
Thank you.
That's it for, Councillor Fry, up for a minute.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Swanson, so you're proposing building hundreds of units a year off this tax. Have you talked to the Ministry of Finance? Are they interested in this at all as far as offsetting their burden and their responsibility to build housing?
Yeah, we have problems with other levels of government that whenever we try to do something, they reduce their contribution. But we're in a dire situation and we desperately need housing, especially for people who are homeless and lower income rentals. And we desperately need financing for other stuff. And we desperately need a fair way of getting it. And I think that's what this is.
Are you concerned that if we go it alone and this isn't a provincial-wide approach and that we'll be taking the burden for homelessness from not just the region but the province in absence of a comprehensive approach?
I'm not. If you look at the value of homes, for example, in Vancouver, we pay the most of the school tax because the homes here are the most expensive. So
thanks.
I think, yeah.
Thank you. That's the minute. Oh, Councillor Bly.
Thank you. Just Councillor Swanson, I wonder if you could clarify, is it your intent to move policies that redistribute wealth to the point where every person has the exact same share of wealth in the city of Vancouver?
No.
So to what end can we expect to consider policies brought forward that redistribute wealth? So give us some idea of what's your threshold.
So I haven't thought about what a threshold is. I've thought that if you have a lot of wealth, and you can defer your tax of home wealth or property wealth, and you can defer your taxes, that would be a fair place for the city, which needs a lot of revenue for housing and for other things, to try and get it, rather than upping taxes for everybody.
Thank you.
That's my time. I'll email another question. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it for questions. Okay. Thanks so much. Need a seconder for this motion.
Councillor Boyle.
Thank you. We have speakers tomorrow, so someone would like to refer this to tomorrow's standing committee.
I refer to the committee to hear speakers.
Councillor Dejanova beat you to it, Councillor Swanson, but you can second. And
Second.
All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great. Okay, thanks so much. That is referred to tomorrow. Motion 3 was dropped, and now we're on to motion 4, the 2022 civic election ballot question to measure Vancouver electoral support for the 2030 Winter Olympic bid. And I'm just going to clear the queue here, Councillor Hardwick, and then you have up to 2 minutes to make your case. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. In 2003, the City of Vancouver held a plebiscite to determine support for the 2010 Olympics. It was a standalone vote that cost $575,000. In today's dollars, it would cost over $1 million. Adding it to the ballot in October is the most cost-effective solution. Incidentally, the 2003 standalone plebiscite attracted 135,000 voters who voted at just under 65% in favor of the Olympic bid. And adding this vote to the ballot in October could increase voter participation beyond the current low rate of 40%. Another consideration is the fact that the International Olympic Committee looks favorably on bids that have demonstrated community support. So why would we not have an open and democratic process given all these considerations? Notwithstanding, it would be good to know what the impact of the 2010 Olympics were, how do we do financially, but we don't know yet because the books are embargoed at the archives until 2025, but that's another story. Fast forward, the City Council voted in camera to enter into an MOU with local First Nations, Whistler, and the Lillooet Nations to partner on a bid for the 2030 Olympics. Like any MOU, all parties are responsible to their own membership, and in our case, our citizens. So it has been alleged by the mayor that this motion violates the MOU. It does not. Paragraph 5 of the MOU reads as follows. This MOU imposes no legally binding obligation on any of the parties. Staff have acknowledged this after I asked why there had been no such indication in the staff input on member motions. So, does this council support our citizens' right to vote or not? Someone really needs to second this motion and to get it on the table. We have speakers signed up. Let them speak.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have questions for up to a minute.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have one, and I know that I've heard you say that legally the MOU between MST and the city to explore the benefits or feasibility of holding games, it doesn't require asking them with respect to a plebiscite. But in the spirit of partnership, I wonder why wouldn't you have asked them first for their input before bringing the motion?
They asked us for our input into them.
Just a point of privilege, Councillor.
Not.
Mike's not on. Go ahead.
Sorry. Like any MOU, and in business, I've been party to MOUs. Each one of those parties has an internal responsibility to their shareholders, members, and constituents. So I wouldn't expect the First Nations to be coming and asking us whether it was okay if they had a referenda, for example. So it's conflating two different things. It's outside the scope. Furthermore, there is no structural relationship in place where when I put this motion forward to staff, they didn't come and say, oh, you should go and talk to First Nations about this. There was no structural relationship there in which that could be vetted. So it's a bit of a red herring in my view to suggest, A, that we should be asking for...
Thank you. We're going to go on to Councillor Dejanova for a minute.
Thanks so much. Councillor Hardwick, I'm just wondering, Councillor Kirby-Yung asked one of my questions. I'm going to ask you, do you know how much the nations have currently invested? Before it was the city, but how much in dollars they've invested in moving this forward, the work that they've been doing? And if that were to stop all of the sudden, who would be picking up the tab for that? Would you expect them to absorb it?
I have no idea, nor would I expect to have any control over what the other parties of the MOU are undertaking. I would only expect that the City of Vancouver, and again, the people that we represent, would be, we would be aware of the costs that we would be incurring, and we would be responsible to our electorate to determine our path forward.
Very quickly, how much would this cost? Do you know? Any idea? Do you know how much it costs us to send a property tax mailer?
Well, it certainly costs a significant amount every year for the city to be sending out, you know, in hundreds of thousands of dollars. Again, I pointed out that the plebiscite in 2003 cost over $500,000.
Thank you. Councillor Bly, up to a minute.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wonder, Councillor Hardwick, if you can confirm, are you aware that any documentation, accounting, filings, things like that related to the Vancouver Olympic Committee are accessible to the public currently as of today?
As of today?
Yes, you're referencing earlier in your comments that documentation is not available. In fact, I believe that documentation is available.
The 2010 Olympics documentation is in the archives and it's embargoed until 2025.
But that's related to the BC government, not necessarily directly related to the Vancouver
former
Olympic.
city manager actually was the person that had that happen.
I think we need to fact check that. Related to Vancouver Olympic Committee, all of that information is available currently to the public.
Well, then I would challenge that and we'll make that available when we bring this into debate.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, up to a minute.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Councillor Hardwick, I want to pursue again the issue of whether or not you have formally asked the, especially the host nations, the Lillooet, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam nations, who are in the lead on this bid, if they support such a referendum.
Can you suggest, Councillor Carr, how I would do that? What structural relationship would there be? Who would I talk to? What would the lines of communication be, if indeed that was appropriate? But again, I put this motion in for assessment by staff. At no time did anyone come back and suggest that from staff, for starters. Point number one. Point number two, there is no structure in place whereby we would go to First Nations leadership if I knew who specifically could be making those judgments. But my point in particular is that it's up to us as a member of the MOU to be responsible to our electorate. That's what this is about.
Thank you. That's it for questions from council. Calling for a seconder. Once, twice, three times. No seconder, so thank you very much, Council. We're going to move to item 5. Motion 5 is a lock it or lose it, improving secure bike infrastructure in the City of Vancouver. This motion is to be moved by Councillor Fry. So Councillor Fry, I'm going to put you on the list, and you have up to 2 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. This is largely inspired by circumstances that I found myself in, and in speaking to other cyclists across the city who have sounded the alarm about the imminent removal of parking meters in the City of Vancouver. We have about 5,500 parking meters right now in the City of Vancouver. We have earlier agreed to remove them all and replace them with digital kiosks. Parking meters make a pretty durable place to lock up bikes, in particular in areas that are convenient to shopping and restaurants and that kind of thing. It's no secret that Vancouver's always had a real problem with a lack of secure bike locking infrastructure. We only have about 2,500 public bike racks right now in the City of Vancouver, which is pretty low for a city that prides itself on being a very cycling-friendly city. Back in 2009, the Vancouver Public Space Network were warning about A, the loss of parking meters, and B, the dearth of parking lockup facilities in the City of Vancouver. And in discussing with our staff the case of missing parking meters, it turns out that we don't really have a comprehensive strategy around installing public bike lock infrastructure. There's a lot of confusion around locations and spacing from sidewalks and roads and safety considerations and best practices in engineering. And there is no real comprehensive strategy to improve upon our pretty lowly amount of bike infrastructure. So that is the intention with this, is to really kickstart this conversation and make it a priority. Also recognizing that these new digital lockup kiosks are going to be significant revenue generators for the city of Vancouver. And given that we are going to be losing this critical bike locking infrastructure on our commercial high streets, it might be a great opportunity to leverage some of that new revenue from the digital kiosks to explore that.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, but
Second, Councillor Kirby-Young.
we have a seconder. Okay, thank you so much. And
Move to
Councillor
refer
Kirby-Young, I heard first.
speakers.
Yep. Right, we have speakers on this. We have a mover.
Moved.
Thank you. Hear it tomorrow. Councillor Dejanova, seconder. Councillor Carr, thank you so much. And all those in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. That's moved to tomorrow. Thank you. Motion 6 is the free parking and other measures to address public safety and the revitalization of Chinatown. Councillor Dejanova, you have up to 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'll be brief, but I'll say that Chinatown is struggling, and we have seen a wave of anti-Asian hate. Hate can't wait, and there were 3 attempted arsons last week alone. Yesterday, there was a tragic fire, although we don't know the cause and have all of the details of that yet. And I hope Council will support my motion and give Chinatown a little support. I understand the motion won't solve all of the challenges or problems in Chinatown, but this motion and the actions in it are a small gesture, and Chinatown needs our help. And I'll leave it there for now, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so, Councillor Boyle, up to a minute.
Yes, thanks. I had a couple questions, and one is I'm wondering if you can speak to the anticipated impact to the budget and how you suggest that we manage that.
Well, I think that it's important. I know that there are speakers that are signed up to speak tomorrow. I think that there may be some ideas and thoughts from speakers. But again, I think that we have to look at how we're working to help Chinatown. And as I've been very clear in the motion, that, I don't send staff out in the budget to specifically take money from other areas. It would be looking at a reallocation. We've done that several times here this term.
Okay, sorry, I've only a minute, so just clarifying, no specific plan for what we would reallocate to fund this potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in a revenue gap mid-year?
We already have millions of dollars that are dedicated specifically to Chinatown and revitalization, so I would hope we could find the money within that budget, Councillor Boyle.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I don't see anybody else on the queue. did I get a seconder? Councillor
Second.
Seconded.
Happy to move the referral for speakers tomorrow, Mayor.
Okay, great. Take seconder. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Thank you. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thanks. Motion number 7, supporting the innovation economy. Councillor Wiebe, I'm just going to clear the queue here. Put you on. Please go ahead, up to 2 minutes.
Yeah, this is really exciting. This city is coming out of COVID and it's coming out with a bang when it comes to innovation. It's been pretty amazing to go to events around the city and see the amount of innovation that is growing the city, the amount of unicorns that the city's creating, the amount of new jobs in tech we continue to see on a daily basis. Almost every other day, we're seeing another organization grow and continue to provide employment. And not only that, but able to change the planet in a way that's going to make it more livable for generations to come. And we're seeing that with our amazing collaborations, coalitions, innovation forums that have been supported by the Vancouver Economic Commission. And this is on buildings, clean tech, biofuels, reuse, repair, circular economy. And it's just continuing to see growth in the innovation sector in Vancouver that is going to reduce GHGs for the future, find ways to produce more food in a way that's going to reduce the GHGs in our food chain, as well as how we can reduce waste as a society. So I'm really excited to kind of highlight some of the work BC's done on Project Greenlight and Angels for the Climate Solutions Program. And what I'm asking for here is that we ask the Vancouver Economic Commission to provide a high-level overview on what is going on in the innovation ecosystem here in Vancouver, examples of these organizations, the jobs and the investment and the strengths that we see, and also the opportunities for us as a city to better support the innovation economy here in Vancouver, and host a roundtable to really gather information from the growth of this industry and how we can advance some of the amazing opportunities and job growth here in Vancouver that is really leading to what we're seeing in a changing world that is going to provide good, stable jobs that are going to provide solutions to problems of equity, inclusion, and climate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you.
Second.
I heard Councillor Carr first. We have a seconder. We have speakers to this item, so we have a mover. Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Mover. Second, Councillor Card. Thank you. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great. That's passed too. I think this is the last one. Yeah, unless the last motion is the Enabling a Recovery Community Center in the City of Vancouver. Councillor Bly is up for up to 2 minutes. Whenever you're ready, I'll start your timer.
Thanks very much, Mayor. So this motion is asking council to support Vancouver Coastal Health in delivering a recovery center, a recovery community center, which is a service that's currently missing in the continuum of care and has been on the work plan for Vancouver Coastal Health for a very long time. So the ask is within our capacity of zoning, permitting, and partnership real estate services that we continue working with and doing everything we can to enable this center in opening. And I think a second part is to illuminate the recovery center model as part of a conversation that we could be having at council around in addition to safe supply, harm reduction, what we can be doing to support recovery services to balance the ways in which we are working with partners and stakeholders to deal with the very serious poisoned drug crisis that the city is grappling with and the region is grappling with right now.
Thank you very
I'll leave
much.
it there.
Great, thanks. You have questions from a number of councillors. Councillor Swanson, up to a minute. I'm going to hold you to the minute. Go ahead. Councillor Swanson.
Oh, sorry. Can you confirm that this is just for abstinence-based treatment?
The model itself, the intent is that people who have a desire, so it's about agency. So if people have a desire to stop using drugs, what this model would do is provide an on-demand, literally a door for them to walk through to seek that kind of help. But they do not need to be, they do not have to abstain in order to access the services. No.
Okay, so would this type of center provide a safe supply for them while they're waiting to get into their abstinence-based treatment?
This type of center would absolutely be able to direct them to the services that could provide them with the various types of safe supplies. So whether it was a fentanyl patch program or other harm reduction services.
Could you maybe just describe what it would be like? What would happen at this place? How it would be set up?
Well, without getting into the details, we do have speakers tomorrow that are directly from Vancouver Coastal Health. The goal here is to provide an on-demand, sorry, Councillor Swanson, I don't have enough time to explain all of that.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks for the motion, Councillor Bly. I just have one clarification question, and that's on A and the language potential use and or access to appropriate city-owned sites. I'm just wondering if you're proposing that this would be on a lease scenario or at the cost of the province, or are you looking potentially for an in-kind contribution from the city? Can you just expand on that?
Yeah, it's a really good question. No, Vancouver Coastal Health is prepared to lease a space. They're looking for the best space, both in the private sort of real estate market as well as any available publicly owned buildings like the City of Vancouver. But there'd be no there'd be no commitment of funds from the City of Vancouver at this stage.
Okay, super. Thank you.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. My question is similar, just trying to understand the city's role. So this would be a health facility, and so the city would have a role in speeding up permitting of it in order
to see it come about, but not a financial commitment. We're not providing city space in kind or something along those
Similar
lines.
answer to Councillor Kirby-Young's question, if I understand your question correctly, to be of similar nature. There is not that monetary commitment coming from the City of Vancouver. It's really to help enable this particular center to open as quick as we possibly can.
Okay, and by helping to enable, I guess it's largely about permitting and licensing to allow that type of space to operate in whatever space they find.
That's right.
Okay, really helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Fry?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Bly, for bringing this forward. Just to get some clarification, this is the sort of model that we see in Seattle with the Recovery Cafe and the kind of stuff that Street to Home has been advocating for. And it's different from a rehab center, right?
Very different from a rehab center. There are no beds provided per se. But the difference here with what we see right now with the Recovery Cafe is folks have to be abstinent from any substance use for 48 hours before they can access that program. And this is distinctly different from that.
So this is kind of like one of many tools in the toolkit kind of thing, and really provides options for camaraderie and kinship and that kind of thing, support network?
Absolutely. There's a number of programs we'll go through with more time in the event that this gets moved to tomorrow, to hear from speakers where we can articulate and better understand and ask questions about all of the different services that would be provided in such a center.
Great, thanks.
Councillor Bly, I'm just wondering, is this a formal request from Vancouver Coastal Health for us to do something?
Are you asking a formal request through the motion or a formal request from Vancouver Coastal Health?
I mean, this is a new safe supply facility, so is this something that Vancouver Coastal Health
is not a safe supply. This is not for safe supply facility.
But you just said safe supply would be delivered on site. Is that?
No, I said that services here would be able to support people in accessing safe supply.
Okay, so there's no medical health services delivered on this site.
Well, there'll be programming. So, for example, there's there could be meetings around AA. There could be meetings around NA. There could be various types of recovery conversations. There could be meetings of families who are dealing with their children who are struggling with substance use disorder, mental health, and addiction services. Generally speaking,
it's not a formal request for Vancouver Coastal Health for us to do this.
The word formal seems seems subjective, so I'm going to refrain from answering on that at time. But happy to take that offline if that's appropriate.
I'll ask Dr. Penny Bellum. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks. Councillor Bly, I was wondering, back late last year, in a motion I brought forward on looking at complex care issues, including mental health and addiction, Council approved that resolution and added to it. And in fact, it looked at models like Redfish Healing Center that were outside of Vancouver that were chosen for the reason that they're outside of Vancouver. Do you see this to be different or the same as that? Because it looked at working with the provincial government and Vancouver Coastal Health on things like that. So is it the same thing or is it something different?
Is this motion the same or different to your motion that you moved? Is that the question?
I'm just wondering, is the resolution asking for something different than that motion asked for?
I believe it is.
Okay. Thank you very much for answering that question. Also, just wanted to know, is accessing the safe supply, is that sending people to places where they can get safe supply?
Sorry, we're at the minute.
Okay.
Councillor Weep?
Yeah, you talked about this facility. Can you talk about who's behind the creation of the programming for this facility?
Vancouver Coastal Health.
Okay, so Vancouver Coastal Health has created the parameters for what the framework would be for this facility.
For this particular model, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Do we have a seconder for this? I heard Councillor Kirby-Young. Do we have speakers to this? So somebody can refer this? I think I heard Councillor Weeb.
Councillor Boyle.
Councillor Dominato second. Thank you so much. We'll hear this tomorrow. And Council, now we're on to notice of Council members' motions. Anybody? So those on the queue. Okay, I'm just going to go quickly. I've got one that I'm introducing. This is for the April 26th meeting. It's called Increasing the Empty Homes Tax to 5% and Improving Compliance. Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I have two motions on notice for April 26th. The first is supporting Falls Creek South Campus of Care, co-submitted with Councillor Hardwick. And the second is catalyzing planning for the future of Central Waterfront District, co-submitted with Councillor Dominato.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. I have one motion for the April 26th council meeting, and it's titled CCTV Cameras for the Purpose of Public Safety and Deterring and Solving Violent Crime.
Thank you. That's it for new members' motions. Councillor Boyle, do you have?
I have an item of new business that I circulated to council.
I just want to make sure that I just want to make sure there's no motions. So now I am moving to new business. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I circulated to council a new business request for a leave of absence for myself for personal reasons from meetings on April 14th from 6 p.m. onwards.
So move, or second?
We have a mover, a seconder on that one? Second. All in favor, yay?
Yay.
Thanks.
Yay.
Any opposed? No. Passed. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Are we still on new business, or can I do it in inquiry?
New business. Inquiries are right after. So
Okay,
still on new business.
I'll wait for inquiry, thanks.
Okay, I have some new business. Two items that I've circulated. The first is a request for a leave of absence that's outlined in the email that was sent. And that's May 2nd from 6 p.m. to the end for personal business, May 13th, 9:30 to 1 p.m. for civic business, and May 7th. So I guess Councillor, the council's okay. Second, all in favor of that?
Repeat, please.
May 12th, 6 p.m. Onward, May 13th from 9:30 to 1, and May 13th from 7 p.m. to the end. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. I will have to cede the chair to Councillor Boyle for this next piece of new business, which is...
I'm ready.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so this morning I attempted to put $500,000 into graffiti abatement and, with Councillor Weeb's addition, beautification of different neighborhoods. I think in light of the horrendous fire that we had in the middle of Gastown, I think these things are very needed, so I'd be asking if council will support this motion.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a mover and a seconder and a number of names on the list, which Clerk, I don't know if we need to move to a separate queue for this new business motion, but otherwise I'll go through the names as I see them. And council, if you're on the list to come back for other new business, you can let me know. So first up is Councillor Kirby-Young.
Chair, isn't it appropriate to just move to a new queue with the motion? Isn't that usually procedure?
Yes, I am working from home, so
I see the clerk's
asking the clerk. Yeah, okay, great. Thank you for that. Councillor Swanson, your name is on the list for this motion.
Yeah, I wonder if through you I could ask the mayor what abatement means. Could that include supporting people who do graffiti, to give them a place and maybe some paint so they could do it in a place that wasn't a problem?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Swanson. The idea here is to use our regular channels to provide this money, and the addition by Councillor Weeb this morning, which I've added back in, could indeed qualify for that if the local business improvement agencies and regular city departments decide that. But I didn't want to direct this more than I have in this motion.
So we got this very moving email from the groups that did the mural that was defaced, and they had a bunch of great suggestions about how to work with people that do graffiti in a positive way. So for me to vote for this motion, like to have more certainty that some of the money could be used for things like that rather than just given to the BIAs to distribute as they felt like it.
Okay, the certainty I can give you is that the city manager is here listening to this. And as these funds flow through the management team, I'm sure those instructions can be given informally.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Fry, you're up next, but before I move to you, I just want to clarify. I heard a seconder and the clerks missed the name. Was this seconded by Councillor DiGenova? Okay, great. Thank you for that. Councillor Fry, you are up next. And we're in, sorry, not questions, but debates. So points of information, but otherwise debates and comments on the motion on the floor.
Yeah, great. And I'm appreciative of this, and yeah, and I think it does recognize some pretty significant issues that we're facing within some of our more historic neighborhoods in particular. I'm curious, though, germane to this, and the letter that Councillor Swanson had referenced. I'm wondering if I could ask a question, Chair, through you, of the city manager, referencing the motion that Councillor Dominato and I put forward in May of last year, and directed, and it was approved by council to direct staff to explore sanctioned graffiti areas that could actually serve as kind of an attraction. And I'm wondering where that is. It's been almost a year since we did give that direction, and I'm curious where that is and how that might play into this motion even.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. And unfortunately, to Councillor Fry's question, I don't have the update on the status of that particular piece of work. I could certainly get an update on that. I know that staff did a lot of work to allocate, work with the BIs to allocate the grant funds for graffiti abatement. But in terms of that additional element that was referenced in the motion, I would have to follow up with staff on that.
Okay, thanks for that, City Manager. I don't want to add an amendment on this because it is new business and it's timely, and but I do hope that this is being heard by appropriate staff, and that we're going to be revisiting that direction that council gave last year about sanctioned graffiti areas and how that might factor in and support this work. Thanks to the mayor for putting this forward. I support.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson, you're back on the list.
Sorry, that's a holdover.
Okay, Councillor DiGenova, you're up next.
Thanks. Just a point of information through you, Chair, to the mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Mayor Stewart, I'm just wondering if in beautification grants that could that be considered? A BIA could decide to designate a wall for kind of art, as long as it was not offensive and met sort of the terms and conditions of that previous motion. I'm wondering what your intent there was.
Sure. Thank you very much. I do like the decentralizing of control of these funds to the BIAs because they're so in touch with the local community, and especially in these neighborhoods that have been so hard hit. I mean, just in Gastown last night, if you look at the repair of the square and the hotel, like, this is definitely needed for local businesses and for tourists. So I do think that there's enough flexibility in this wording that those money could be disposed in whatever ways they see fit along these broad guidelines.
Okay, thanks so much. That answers my question.
Thank you, and Councillor Kirby-Young, you're up next.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to follow up a point of clarification through the chair to the mover, if I could.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. And Mayor, I'm recalling when we had the previous motion direction that I thought it specified that the funds very explicitly would go to the BIAs, and this one doesn't. So I'm wondering if that is needed or why you would assume that they would go there, because otherwise does this potentially leave room for other groups that council may not intend to receive funds? Because I don't see language that sort of specifically identifies that the intention would be that it go to BIAs and use that mechanism to disperse the funds. Can you comment on that?
Thanks very much for the question. I left the discretion to the city manager. I mean, who's more experienced than this team? We do these grants all the time. And so, of course, I imagine most of this money will go to BIAs, but there is an opportunity for, I just think you know, talked to the Embers group the other day. I thought there may be an opportunity for, you know, local hirings and those types of things. But again, with this money, I think we've had a lot of success with the other emergency money that we brought in through COVID-19, and I'd like to leave it to the discretion of the management team with these broad guidelines for what these are used for. So I don't think any language is required because it is implied, especially that the neighborhoods are named, and the usual way this money flows is through BIAs.
Okay, if I could ask a follow-up question, Chair, through you to staff, to the city manager, if I could.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And that is the city manager. Then for someone to be a recipient of these funds, is it fair to say that if it was the social purpose organizations like Eastside Works, Embers, sorry, I'm having a mental blank on the names of the others just at the moment, or BIAs, that they would have to be a group that has kind of been vetted by the city previously, if you will, to receive the funds? And it would be, and that staff would view those sort of social purpose employment or BIAs to be the primary opportunities here?
Thanks for the question through the chair. So I think, first of all, to clarify that these are all grants, so they'll come back to council for approval. Staff cannot grant money. So council will see and approve all of these grants individually to the organizations that they're going to. Generally to the question, yeah, and understand the purpose that council is looking at here. Obviously, this is broader than graffiti, so we would be looking with staff about where which organizations might fulfill what we understand to be the intent of this motion. But the final check on that will be council.
Okay, so follow up on that, because it says to come back in 2022, and you're saying it's grants they need to come back. Would it come back faster, given to the mayor's comments, and I share them, the community is really suffering and needs immediate relief? If we directed that they go through BIAs through an established mechanism, would that speed it up to provide more immediate relief? Or are we looking at potentially, say, the fall before we come back with grants to council? Trying to get a sense of what's the most expeditious route here to get the help out into the community.
Yeah, council's still going to have to approve the grants. So, I mean, I think, again, we understand the time sensitivity, and we'd be looking to distribute this in the most expeditious manner possible as well. So, you know, that would be part of the criteria that we'd be looking at and figuring out what to do. Obviously, we have a program that we rolled out once already. This is broader in terms of what the intent is. So I would just need to, I mean, we're just seeing this now, so I would have to consult with staff on whether there is any other organizations we might want to include in that. But certainly understand the intent to get this money out as quickly as we could. We'd be working to that.
Okay, and then last follow-up point on that question then, could council expect to get that back in sort of May, June, definitely before we break, or would staff aim for that without any additional direction, or would that require additional direction from council?
Yeah, I mean, we would certainly want to get this back to council before you wrap up prior to the election, because otherwise it would be October. So yeah, that would be the timeline that we'd be working to.
So we might not see it before July?
We'll do it as quickly as we can. I mean, the staff that are managing this particular program have a lot of other work that they're dealing with as well, including permits and patio permits and other things. But we understand the urgency of this. So we would look to bring it back as quickly as we could.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. I don't see anyone else on the list to speak, so I'll ask the clerk to move us to a vote. And that passes with no councillors in opposition. Thank you, Council, and I will hand the chair back to you, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Just wait 1 second. Yes, okay, good. Okay, Council, I did miss some new business items, which I'm going to come back to. And I'm just looking at the queue. These were on prior, and I'm sorry I missed them. These are leaves of absence Councillor Fry from meetings on May 18th to 20th for civic business. Councillor Bly for meetings on April 22nd from 1 to 2:30 p.m. for personal reasons. Me for meetings on April 12th, 6 p.m. personal reasons. Did we just pass that one? I think we did. I'll just read it again. April 12th from 6 p.m., April 13th from 9 to 1, and 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. for civic business. Those are all. Somebody like to move this motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you.
I think I moved it already, but
Do we have a seconder? Thank you. All in favor, yay. Any opposed? Good. Those have passed. Thanks so much. Councillor Kirby-Young, I was just checking, we don't have any new business, so I think we're on to inquiries and other matters. Councillor Kirby-Young, inquiries and other matters.
Yeah, thanks. I do have an inquiry, and it's related to the devastating fire that took place yesterday on Abbott Street. And I know that there was an update provided earlier today, and I'm appreciative of, and this is a question directed to the city manager, I'm appreciative of all of the efforts that are being undertaken to support people in sort of the 89 rooms with respects to transitional housing and all that. But I'm wondering if council could get some information back on any options that we have to also support the half dozen businesses like the Flying Pig, Bruce Eyewear, et cetera, that have essentially lost their space and livelihood, whether that's making available temporary city space or any other mechanisms of support, as well as the businesses that are still in operation but may potentially be impacted for a period of time, given the area that's having to be cordoned off, given the instability of the building and the fact it has to be torn down. So I'm just wondering, from a city perspective, is there anything that we can do to provide support to those small business? And I welcome any information now and certainly any further follow-up.
Sure, thanks, Councillor. So our staff have been in touch and will remain in touch with the BIA regarding those businesses. I'm not certain at this point what the status of their insurance is. I understand that many hopefully are insured, so that would be the first place presumably that they would be looking in terms of recovering any losses. But we'll continue to work with the BIA around that, and happy to follow up with council once we have a bit more information about that. The other piece around the businesses that were not in the building that was damaged but are impacted by the closure. So they're on Abbott Street but across the street. Our chief building official is he has now issued an order for demolition of the building, and we'll be looking to execute that as quickly as we can in order that we can reopen the street and those businesses can get back in business.
Okay, if we could get a follow-up with some more detail about that, I think that would be really helpful. People are obviously understandably pretty anxious and feeling pretty overwhelmed right now. That would be super. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Weep.
My first one is recognizing today we heard that there is, because of the construction boom in Vancouver, the tax rate will be reduced to 5.7%. I'm just wondering how that'll be communicated to the public.
So thanks, Councillor. So the tax rates, final tax rates will come back to council for approval. So at that point in time, when that decision is made, that's the point at which we would confirm that definitively for the public. So there would be communication that we would issue at that time.
And what's the timeline for that to come back to council?
I have to confirm. My recollection is it's in May.
Okay, thank you very much. My second one is recognizing the significant climate-related civic infrastructure issues we're having here in the city of Vancouver. I'm wondering what federal funding we're looking at, or what other funds we'll be looking at, recognizing seawall, kids pool, some of our roads, and some of the significant damage we're seeing with climate-related weather issues. And so I'm just wondering, what is our plan moving forward, recognizing we already have a very tight capital budget process, and we've got some significant new projects because of some of the climate-related issues we're seeing here in the city of Vancouver already.
Yeah, so we will be looking at that issue. We certainly track all of the federal and provincial funding programs really closely. There are, the senior governments now are starting to target infrastructure funding towards climate change and climate adaptation. At this point, it's not clear the extent of funding that we may be able to recoup through that those channels. I would say, based on what I understand is available now, we're certainly not going to cover all of those costs, at least in the short term. But your point is very well taken. It's something that we'll be continuing to watch, certainly over the next 4 years. We don't We don't anticipate those funds in our capital plan. But as they become available, it allows us to either add projects to the capital plan or offset funds that were already in the plan. That's kind of how we treat federal funding or provincial funding opportunities. I mean, as you note, it's a significant issue for us now. Even just with the storm damage from this winter, we're looking at some very, very expensive repairs, and then of course the risk of that kind of damage reoccurring in the future is high as well. So it's going to be a continuing pressure for us, and one that in the past, is not. I would say is not one that we had adequately recognized. So we'll also continue to advocate from a program design perspective that the senior governments allocate more funding into those type of investments.
Okay, thank you. And last one, I was at the Trans-Canada Trail 30-year anniversary, and they talked about that they're going to be redoing the signage in the city of Vancouver because they changed it to the Great Trail and they're going back to the Trans-Canada Trail. And they wanted to align with the Blueway and other greenway infrastructure. So I'm wondering, has the city had an opportunity to work with the trail, recognizing that it goes along our beautiful seawall and around Stanley Park, and the key issues to aligning that with our greenway refresh?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I hadn't heard that. I'm not familiar with that particular initiative, so I'm happy to follow up with staff and get you an update on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I was originally actually on the queue for new business, but I think this can squeeze in under other business or other matters. I just wanted to update council on April 1st. I chaired the second Vancouver School Board City of Vancouver Joint Planning and Facilities Committee. I was attended by trustees Fraser and Gonzalez and Wong, joined by staff from both organizations, including the city manager, and councillors Carr and Bly. And just some of the highlights that we discussed included talking about how we could work together to identify initiatives and advocacy for some of our aligned climate emergency planning goals around safe and green schools, how we could upgrade school buildings and improve air quality, and how some of that might work. We could actually take and continue to advocate at LMLGA and UBCM as forest fires and the like have really compromised a lot of the air quality for a lot of students across our province as well. Synchronizing capital planning and big moves like Broadway Plan to ensure that we're right-sizing the current and future school capacity to family-size housing and purpose-built rentals that are anticipated. We talked about vulnerable youth housing and potential locations on school sites. We talked about the Olympic Village School and Strathcona Elementary D building. And we talked about food security and food gardens on school sites. The next meeting will be July 13th. But I just wanted to reflect to everybody, it was a really productive cross-pollination between our organizations.
Thanks so much, Councillor Fry. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. Is now appropriate time for inquiries? I'd heard other.
Absolutely. Inquiries
Great,
and other matters.
Thanks so much. And this is through the chair, the city manager. I was looking last night for a detailed kind of outline through either the previous term of council, through my notes and documents, or this term for a specific budget or the spending and the breakdown on what the city of Vancouver allocates to the staff and resources for the UNESCO designation in Chinatown. And I was hoping that it would be possible for council to get that information, not from you right now, but is it possible to send that to council, a breakdown since 2017 and for each year if possible?
Sure, yeah, I'll fail that test right now in person, but we can definitely get that in perspective.
I wasn't expecting you to say that or to go through it in person now. I do understand though from what I could find, it was about 2.3 million. So I'm looking for sort of a breakdown of that. And then another question that I had is regarding street lighting in the city of Vancouver. Do we often see specific groups, BIAs, required to raise funds to pay for that? Noting the 2014 council report that shows that a third of the upgrades to the street lighting for LEDs and previous dragon lamps were actually paid for by the Vancouver Chinatown Merchants Association fundraising campaign. So I'm just wondering, how often do we see sort of that come forward where it's a private organization paying for a third or a certain amount? Do they get fast tracked if they do that? What is the reason? Again, not expecting you to answer on the spot, but if could council get some more information on the benchmarks for that?
Certainly, yeah. So you're speaking, Councillor, just so I'm clear, on kind of decorative lighting, not our standard street lights.
Decorative lighting, I understand replacing the LEDs in 2014, a third of the cost was covered by a fundraising campaign by that organization.
Okay.
So either upgrading the lighting or decorative lighting.
Great, thanks. I think in terms of our standard street lights that we use for traffic pedestrian safety, those are being upgraded to LEDs now. We have a program, of course, the council will recall. That's a program that's funded entirely by the city, but I'll go back and get the history on the program you're speaking of.
Thanks. And just to further clarify, even just the upgrading, if we're upgrading our own lights and it doesn't cost any more to upgrade lights that were paid for by the community but are City of Vancouver owned, how do we contribute to that? What's the program there? Thank you.
Councilor Carr.
Yes, thank you. Last week, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change issued a second report, which is a pretty dire warning to political decision makers at all levels. I'm wondering if I could ask the city manager if there would be an ability for staff to provide a summary, especially on the section that is very specific, specifically focused on cities and what cities can do around climate action. If a summary of that could be provided to council and maybe a link to the report so that all council's aware.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Carr. Staff are working on that presently, along with a summary of the federal climate plan that came out roughly at the same time. So that information you'll be seeing shortly.
Excellent. Thank you. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thanks. That seems to be it for inquiries and other matters. So a motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Hardwick, seconded by Councillor Dejanova. All in favor of adjourning, yay?
Yay.
Opposed, nay? We are adjourned, Council. So enjoy your extra 40 minutes of fun, and then dinner, and then there's a public hearing this evening. So thanks so much, everybody, staff and clerks, participants.
Thanks, staff.